Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub.
News networks are not even getting clicks like that. So this shows like there's an opportunity for this, what we're doing here on this show. Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Pulley.
Looks like we got us another hit.
EUX. I'm dyslexic. The King Chuck ENTDEUX. That's the backup page. Please check us out there. Help us out a lot. You know, like, share, and subscribe. This is copyright.gov, U.S. Copyright Office. More information on fair use. Fair use is a legal doctrine that promotes freedom of expression by permitting the unlicensed use of copyright-protected works in certain circumstances. Section 107 of the Copyright Act provides the statutory framework for determining whether something is a fair use and identifies certain types of uses such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research as examples of activities that may qualify as fair use. Section 107 calls for consideration of the following 4 factors in evaluating a question of fair use: purpose and character of the use, including whether the use of the commercial nature or is for nonprofit educational purposes, nature of the copyrighted work, amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole, effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyright work. Okay, so anything I use for you guys, hit me up if you want me to remove it, edit it, or whatever. Nothing is used to infringe on anybody's intellectual property. I don't intend on doing that, and I don't intend on profiting from anyone's intellectual property. So I'm glad to edit or delete anything that's any of my videos that I've used of anybody. So that's it.
Yo, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
Well, I'm riding around town bumping shit that can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now.
KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town bumping shit that can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
Look,
now.
I'm sipping Bacardi, visualizing on the farm Ferrari.
Catch a buzz from the life that we store in the party.
My swag immaculate, kicking this rap shit till I'm 40.
It's like electricity, just float the
Being easy with breezes and winding down and out, baby, I'm sorry.
Switch the game, change it up, falling off now
Picture me
hardly.
rolling Maserati with some hoes in the back.
Switching lanes, taking pictures with a bitch in my lap.
Clap your hands, everybody, if you feel this shit.
KC,
Bingo,
on the mic.
and that's it.
Take a trip down south that we call the Abyss.
I'm most curious about my silver Air Force.
Every receiving major paper from multiple sources.
Of course, it's the bosses that handle the business.
Spice the game a little bit, cause the flavor diminished.
Like Kane and Old Dog, we society's menace.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 into the 4.
KC,
Bingo, knocking at your door. Here it is again. Let's go, KC, you the shit this year.
yeah, I'm the shit this year.
Well, I'm riding around town, bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
KC,
now.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town, bumping shit that can
Bingo,
feel.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now. Attack the track like a lion, cause I'm so ferocious. When the wind blow, I fly, cause my image on posters. It be wise to decide to not try to approach us. Get burnt like bread when it's stuck in the toaster. And you hoes like clothes, I told you I fold you. In the mornings I have Folgers with my doja. I suppose it's time to smell the roses. Clear my mind, check the snakes is close.
I peep my status, but stamina stamina, swagging on niggas just amateurs. Style stay funky than cannabis. It's scandalous the way these bitches try to handle us. It's city balls, ball swords, and my Polaroid camera. I want my niggas on the propaganda. Welcome to this extravaganza. Hennessy, sipping weed, smoking enhancer. Even though we know that way to go is not the answer, I won't chance the opportunity to blow this shit. Take a shot at the target, and I'm not gon' miss. Kicking, flipping, splitting, rip these rap niggas to bits. Let's go, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What run round town, bump shit that
Bingo, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
KC,
now.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What run round town, bump shit that
Bingo, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now. Yeah,
like that, that. I like that, y'all. Like that, like that, like that, y'all. Like
hit it with the whip of all that, y'all.
Like that, y'all. Like that, y'all.
Here it is, KC King Chaka.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
Back and forth, and you know I'm swinging bows. I'm about to change course, go home and change your clothes. I'm looking at this bitch, it seems like she's saying no. I'ma hit the streets, though I'm supposed to be laying low. I'm following the buzz, never know which way it go. Keep on bringing heat, cause the G.O.D. say it so. Sailing on the beat, so you can't chop and play it so. She got me for a piece, now I'm about to pay the hoe. Stop smoking, switching sweets, where I gotta take a toke. Now I got a little guac, now I gotta make it grow. Keep on thinking we some hee-haw, ma and pa folks. We gon' hit you in your teeth, we keep a buzz all closed. I've been on it 5 days, so I'm sitting sideways. Now get out of my way, or I'ma hit your day. Take a lick on my dick if you don't like what I say. I'm the shit with the shit, so we gon' do this my way. And we just getting started, so go on, say your grace. I'ma eat you rappers, though I won't enjoy the taste. I'm closing your estates while you falling on the stakes. I'm rolling on the bass while you rolling on the face. Sitting on the place, not knowing I'ma take your fast, slowing and it's fake. So I'm gonna wait, time will come, down will be done. I saw it and I said that it was great.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
It's not just talent.
That's what y'all ought to do.
Gotta know what the fuck you doing.
Shawty come and jump in my ride.
That's what y'all ought to do.
Glad the sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Don't play and shine, show me your grind. That's what y'all ought to do.
I will hit any chick who likes sodomy, sex on stilts. While a big top watching me, I eat fish like a culinary apology. I leave you like an open heart.
running, yeah. Just can't quit. Feel like it's a part of me, my wrist on lit. Time to join the party, we check the list quick. Who got the bottle? See a poker face chip. I know she gonna swallow me, bite my lip. While I'm watching people watching me, that's not it. Won't you climb right on top of me? My mind's so sick. It's a function of my bodily. My mind's so sick. It's a function of my bodily. I feel it, you feel it. She say I'm feeling it inside of me. I dig it, you dig it. We digging all over your bodily. Come get it, I'm with it. I'm gon' get it on the bottom. Come get it, I'm with it. I'm gon' get it on the bottom.
Shawty come and jump on my ride. That's what you ought to do. Let the sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing side and show me your grind. That's what you ought to do. I done heard, I done thought, now I wonder and wanna see. Said you really are the king of the jungle, but can it be? Now you really gotta work and be holding the head of me. Cause if you don't know how to stroke, it could cause a catastrophe. I'm a soldier, so I seek and destroy you so naturally. Put some scratches on your back and then ask what the matter be. Demonstrations why the dudes and the women be after me. Leaving weak and desperate, crying to see me on bad knees. They saying where she go? Daylight, flashlight, put me on extra glow. I tried to tell you though, platinum sunshine's about to blow. Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. The platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I want to give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do. Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. Platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I want to give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do.
We want it, so come on, we gonna follow me. We like fires like Hanukkah, marijuana by the tree, like a harmonica. Lick it with no teeth. I like when it's sloshing and getting salty like the sea. Gotta slide it off and make sure it's softening for me. Reach the top of the mountain and have you sounding out your teeth. It sound like it's coughing and talking, saying more please. I'm sticking and stabbing it. Jason Voorhees, roll it on over and go get on the floor, please. Some you born in October, long as you over 18. Going to prison for pussy, just something that I can't see. Old bitch and she ready, she can munch a dick mean. Gon' hop in my Chevy, we bout to hit the scene, man. The spot is so heavy. Hopping not seen, man. I'm fresh and so ready. Popping like team, man. I'm fresh and so ready. Popping like team.
Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. The platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do. Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. The platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do.
Damn, fucking idiot.
You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember.
You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? I'm getting feedback from one of y'all. I think it's JT. Are you watching the show at the same time or something? It's double timing me over here. I'm hearing you twice. I'm hearing myself like after a delay. Anyways, how y'all feel out there? How y'all doing? Remember, we want you to be an activist. Don't take our word for it. Look that shit up, please. Yeah, Any Day Above Ground is the name of today's show. And it's like, I just want to take time to give thanks to the creator, you know? Just take a moment and say thank you, you know? Give praise. All praise is due to the Most High, you know? I don't know that people like, you know how like when something happens and they like give it a moment of silence. I think that's what we should do sometimes. Like it doesn't have to necessarily be like a full out prayer, but a moment of silence for the creator. Let's give a moment of silence for the creator right here. We thank you. We thank you for creating the universe, the oxygen, the earth, all the humans, plants and animals. Thank you. Anyways, so yeah, I just want to finish up whatever we didn't cover in the week and whatever basically pops up, kind of. What was I thinking? I had some stuff. It'll come to me. I'm going to start off slow and let some people get in here. How y'all feeling? How y'all feel, JT? Deuce, how y'all feeling?
Man, pretty good, bro. Can't complain, bro. Can't complain.
That's what I'm saying. I can't complain, man. Any day above ground. we got to be thankful.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You know, not only to the Creator, but also to our ancestors, to those that came before us, because they paved the way for us. You know, our life is so easy thanks to them. Man, I thought 6ix9ine had went away. He not gone away yet? What is this?
He got shot, he ain't get back. I don't think we'll be attacked. We not happy, we got max. I don't know you, please get back, get back, get back, get back, get back. No, stop, dummy boy, better have his knockers.
That type of way of doing it ain't gonna do it for too long. So if he ain't falling off the map yet, it'll happen soon. You can't just do that clout chasing stuff. You can't just do that, manipulate the internet shit all the time, and like everybody hates you, and then you use that as your, you know. I mean, that can only work for so long, bro. It says maximum Ukrainian artists. Hold on, let's see.
Зайдет на улицах русские военные, ты сидишь такой как полузаложник, что ли. А что касательно танка, я просто узнал о том, что у нас подожгли, получается, первый БМП, он сгорел. И я понял, что это та вещь, которую стоит разрисовать. Тем более, когда холстов в городе уже нет, вот только свои какие-то личные запасы остались. Ну, в таких условиях сгоревший танк – это лучший холст для любого художника. Надеюсь, таких холстов будет больше.
Okay, so it says Ukrainian artist spray paints Russian tanks and use it as art. That's pretty creative. He said there's not much canvases around because of the war, so shit, I'll just use this rusted up, blowed up Russian tank.
Yeah.
What does it say? Something is the mother of creation. Necessity is the mother of creation. I don't fucking know what I'm trying to say. And well, he's using his his situation to the best. Let's read this. It says, did you know that every single person that you have sex with leaves their spirit on you? Some men and women have very bad demons, and that's why it's not good to lay up and sleep with everybody. And then you wonder why you have so much going on. Acting crazy, talking crazy, looking crazy. You don't know who that other person is sleeping with. All those different spirits. So be careful when you're sleeping around because spirits are transferable. Man, I believe that. What do y'all think about that? I think that's true.
I believe it. Because you give a person a part of yourself when you have intercourse, I feel.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Y'all are connected in some kind of way.
What'd you think about that, JT? Sexually transferred fucking demons.
Yeah.
STDs.
Yeah, that's true. You know, when that's why I say when you supposed to come together as one with your husband and wife, and y'all gotta be on that same page with the Holy Trinity. Because if not, that's what you get.
Yeah. So JT, what do you think about that equally yoked stuff that people be saying? You ever heard that phrase? What does that mean to you?
Equally yoked?
Yeah.
I think that's you know,
Like,
I think, you know, a man shouldn't get no higher praise than a female.
okay.
That's it.
Okay.
They get equal praise. You know.
Okay, I like that. I like that. What's up, Doc? How you feel, man? Fucking sexually transmitted fucking demons, bro. That's some scary shit. I ain't gonna lie. That's another reason why I really do believe in that shit. And I fucking it's scary. It's scary. Yeah, that's scary.
If you can't control the work rules, no one wants to work certain shifts. So you can just say, listen, I'm not going to work that shift. And Amazon would not be able to say, yes, you must work it. So that's what at stake with union is time that you have to work.
Hello? Amazon maximizes efficiency by exploiting its workforce? Well, that's quite an admission. Look, I have a better idea for incentivizing people to work certain hours. Pay them more. Corporations, especially big ones like Amazon, are raking in record profits. They can afford it. Workers' labor and time is valuable, and they should be fairly compensated for it. Yeesh.
One of the reasons why Amazon works so well is because people...
It shouldn't be an argument. And everybody agrees with this, but that's how you know we don't run our government. We don't help make the laws. It's the corporations who are making these laws. It's friendly to them, not friendly to us. Janelle Monáe. I'm a fan of this chick, big time.
Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. A risk of PML, a rare, usually fatal.
JT, can you turn the TV down a bit? If that's you. It says a man caught a venomous blue dragon sea slug along the Texas coast. It's cool how they show it in the picture like it's still alive in the water, but if he caught it, is it still alive? I bet it doesn't look like that anymore. It's beautiful in the water. Once y'all take it out, probably not gonna eat it. Just gonna keep it as a damn trophy or something.
Shit, it's poisonous. You don't eat that.
Yeah, but why even catch it then? Let it fucking go, bro. Throw it back in the water, man. I hope he just took a picture of it and that was it. We don't know. So I just hate it. I hate the way we act like everything is just ours and to be used however we see fit. You know, that's what I be talking about all the time about the Native Americans having respect, you know, for Earth, having respect for nature, leaving things the way they found it. Look at this one. It says, "We did it, Joe. We printed $8 trillion in 2 years to give to our friends while we distracted the people with $1,400 checks and left them with 7.9 inflation, and they didn't say a word." Whoa. Let me read that again. I don't know. I would say this, though, where people always get caught up in trying to point fingers at Joe Biden. I would say you can't wholly put this on his lap. Okay, you could say it happened under his watch, but you can't put this completely on his lap. That's just not how things work. And like, if it would have been the other side in charge, how different would it have been? Be honest with yourself. So it says, "We did it, Joe. We printed $8 trillion in 2 years to give to our friends while we distracted the people with $1,400 checks and left them with a 7.9 inflation." So it's like y'all paying back. That's what I was saying in the other show. Y'all paying back them $1,400 checks and bread and eggs now.
Yep.
But
money coming from somewhere, bro.
But it don't have to be that way. That's yesterday or whatever day we played the Bernie Sanders clip, And he was talking about how they give all this money to these big old corporations and then pay for fucking research and development and then let some private person fucking own the damn rights to what get produced. It don't have to be this way. They could be chunking us our change back. That $1,400 they gave us was just a tax the taxes they was gonna take or already took from us that they gave back anyway. They really didn't give us shit.
Nope.
It says a Republican in Missouri sponsored a bill to outlaw marriages to a child under 14, and 48 Republicans voted against it. Man, I don't know anything about that, but I can believe that it be true. But then the first thing I have to wonder is, so then it's still legal to marry somebody under 14 in Missouri? Because they said they sponsored a bill to outlaw marriages under 14. So that means you can marry somebody under 14 in Missouri. Is that true?
I don't know. But that's a minor. I think that's against the law.
Yeah, that's a
U.S.
I don't know. I mean, this post just said. I mean, somebody looked that up.
Everything. You don't believe every damn post come across your timeline, do you?
No, I don't. So somebody look that up. Somebody look it up. But I feel like we're going backwards, though. I really do. I feel like we're going backwards. If people don't wake up, we're gonna wake up in the fucking. I don't know. It's gonna be the Puritan age. It's gonna be the fucking. I don't even know. It's gonna be Handmaid's Tale. I don't know what it's gonna look like. It's gonna be a twist of the past in now. It's like some weird ass fucking backwards ass shit. Cause that's where we're headed to. And it's all like a political thing. And I don't even think people realize, what they're pushing towards. You know what I mean? I don't think they realize what it's gonna look like. Everybody need to go watch that show, Handmaid's Tale. The first 2 seasons, anyway. The first season, and fucking that could be the United States, really. And it looks like that's what's happening. I swear, we're going backwards, Bo.
You better read
Bro,
the book.
Right? The Handmaid's Tale book. I never read it. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I never read it. They said they tried to keep it true to it for, I think, a bit in the first season, and then they veered away from the book after that. But the concept or the idea of it, I understand. And I think it's very, very relevant. And it could happen. Like I say, abortion. Y'all see what's happening with the abortion. They charged this lady in Texas for killing a baby, or whatever. I mean, how you feel about abortion and all of that, it's whatever. But there's a reason why they made it legal, because of this bad things that was happening as a result of it not being legal. It's kind of like alcohol. Remember how fucked up the shit went to shit once the prohibition happened? They realized that wasn't going to work.
I just sent you
You breaking up, but I'm pulling it up right now. I know what you're saying. I'm pulling it up.
Marriage age by
I got it. It's on the screen right. It's on the screen right now. Marriage age by state 2022. Let me see. Is there a way to get through this quickly? It says an individual in the U.S. can marry without parental consent at the age of 18 in all states except Nebraska, where the age is 19. Okay, so what are we talking about? Consent, pregnant, childbirth. So what did that post say? What state was that? Can we look it up by state?
That was Kansas, huh?
Mississippi? What the fuck
Missouri.
was it? Missouri. It says most states have a minimum marriage age for minors with parental consent ranging from 12 to 17 years old. Okay. However, California and Mississippi do not have a minimum ages for minors to be allowed to marry with parental consent. Mississippi, was that what it was? It said California and Mississippi. Let me read that again. Most states have a minimum marriage age for minors with parental consent ranging from 12 to 17 years old. However, California and Mississippi do not have minimum ages for minors to be allowed to marry with parental consent. Massachusetts has the lowest minimum marriage age with parental consent of 14 years old for boys and 12 years old for girls. Some states have different minimum ages for males and females, with or without parental consent. For example, in Mississippi, the age of consent to marry with parental consent is 17 for males and 15 for females. Let me read. It says additional notes. Arkansas, age of consent to marry with parental consent for males is 17, females 16. Delaware, 18 for males, 16 for females. Massachusetts is 14 for male and 12 for females. The rest are like range about the same area. So then that's saying that post was true. So look at this shit. So like, because with parental consent, you can get married at 12 years old here, it says. So like, that's fucking crazy, right?
Yeah, that's crazy.
The kids, how the fuck you 12 years old and know what the hell you want to do with the rest of your life? Who you want to be with the rest of your fucking life?
Most of them in that case involve the kid being pregnant.
Yeah, I can see that. And then the parents like force them to, you got to get married. You got to get married because you had this baby. I still don't agree with that. I think that's fucked up. You know, that's a lot of our laws need to be updated. A lot of our shit needs to be brought to the 20th century, bro.
I mean, imagine you're like taking your kid to first grade and you can't even go have a shot or a drink yet.
That don't make no damn sense. And you're married? Come on. Can't even have a drink, but you could get married. You can't get a driver's license. You can't drive a car, but you could get married. You can't own a firearm.
Well,
you can't
even reach the damn pedals, but
you can't buy a firearm. I don't think you can get a fishing license.
They're still eating off the kids' menu and using a damn friggin' booster seat.
That ain't right, man. That ain't right. So that's what I mean. We need to update a lot of our shit. We're behind with that shit, with those things. And then we got people that's pushing for us to go back to like the 1400s and shit. They want us to turn into the Puritans and shit. That shit ain't gonna never happen. So what they're trying to do is impossible. It's not gonna happen. But they can make great strides in the direction. That's what they're doing. I think they're heading. I think abortion is headed to be illegal nationally. Once, because the Supreme Court has already kicked it back down a few times. They're kind of like dodging it. But when it hits them head on and they actually have to make a ruling, I think they're going to rule to turn over Roe versus Wade.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. Couldn't even fathom that shit, bro. That shit's sickening, dude. You know, I got a 12-year-old daughter. I couldn't imagine somebody talking about, I want to marry your daughter. Motherfucker, you dead. Unless you're a little kid. But even still, like, oh, that's nice. Get the fuck out of here, little boy.
Yeah, so then that goes along with the abortion because it'll be illegal to have an abortion in the whole United States, but legal to get the kid married. So, and then it's even in cases of rape and incest. 12-year-old girl get raped by some dude, gets pregnant. Now she got to marry this guy.
No. Now that might be a parental thing and stuff like that, but that is never a court force thing. You got to remember, rape, incest, things like that. Those are some of the things that both sides have agreed are off the table as far as stop it.
Yeah, they can. Yeah, that's what I heard that they can still have an abortion if they're rape, incest, or anything like that. They can still have an abortion.
All I'm saying is it's a slippery fucking slope, bro. How much we gonna look like Saudi Arabia?
Like I said, both sides have agreed that is off the table. Also, in a case where severe deformities or where the mother's life is in direct danger from having the baby, any of those both sides have taken it off the table. It's like, yeah, we're just not going to discuss this because everyone, whether we agree with abortion or not, is saying, okay, that off the table. That's understandable.
Yeah, and I understand that, but what I'm saying is, once you get to that point where you're even having this conversation, time goes on, social consent gets more rigid, and then the argument comes back up again.
But I mean, you think about back in the day, though, dude. Like if a girl got raped, or if there was some incest or something like that, they didn't abort the baby back then. They may send that baby to a family member that wanted it, or something like that. And you grew up thinking that was your cousin when really that's your brother. You know what I'm saying? Like family secret. So, I mean, I get it. I'm not sitting here pushing like, oh yeah, no abortions or nothing like that. But I'm just saying, like, the values and the beliefs that the older folks had, the older generation had when it came down to the creation of God's creations. You know what I'm saying? That shit wasn't happening back then, bro. Like that baby, you had that baby, and that baby got given away, for somebody to take care of it, to love and take care of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is a touchy subject, and I'm not saying I'm on either side of this. I'm not even giving away my position. I'm just giving the argument.
You're giving your position away by saying. Go ahead, Doc. Go ahead, Doc. My bad.
Oh, I'm good.
I was just saying, in a sense, you're kind of giving your position.
I don't like abortions, but they need to be legal. We should not go backwards. We should go forward.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, bro, us as men having this debate, I think, in a sense, I guess it's okay, but on the other viewpoint, that's up to a woman, because guess what? We don't have to carry a baby. We don't breed a baby,
But that's the argument. So the law is telling these women what to do with their bodies right off the bat. The judge probably gonna be a dude, prosecutor gonna be a dude, lawyer gonna be a dude.
Here's the funny thing. We're talking about abortion should be legal or not right now. When I was in high school, the debate, the thing that was coming out was about the fact how the widespread of mass abortion and the ability for it was directly in response to attempting to keep a calling down of the black community. It was focused at the black community.
I think there's some truth to that. The whole beginning, Margaret Sanger and the eugenics program and all of that.
Well, that's why they're against abortion now, because, well, just like how they sit up and they say, oh, you have more black people on this and this and that. The numbers have come out. There's less minorities on government assistance than there is whites. At least the old reports. Now it may have changed in this day.
Yeah, but that's not related to abortion.
No, but that's what I'm saying though. The abortion rate in the white community has been on an uprise.
Okay.
They released that report.
Yeah.
If I'm
Yeah,
not, I'm pretty sure
it went something from like 7 to 10% to up to almost 19%, while it's somewhere in the mid 20s, moving up into the 30% with the black community now. It's on the rise in all communities. I did a report on this. Now, mind you, this is all 2012 to 2018-ish, or 2012-ish, because that's when I did the report on it.
But and I I have to argue the other side. You have to think about how much it costs to raise a kid. Let's talk about how much daycare costs. Babysitter or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You have to think about how much of a burden.
18 years, approximately $561,000, not including just regular kids, stuff like that, not including any big problems, special interests, college, or anything like that. That's just up to 18.
And
over $500,000.
So that's per child, right? So
yeah.
We have to,
Well, I'm sure like a lot of people have found out, you get the Costco cutback if you get like 3 or 4 at least, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so we got to face reality. Of course we got our heartstrings. No child should be aborted. You know what I'm saying? Unless they're going to be a hamper to their mom, it's going to kill the mom, or you know what I'm saying? They're so fucked up they're not going to make it type shit.
I'm a guy. My choice actually ended when I let loose without stopping it from happening.
I agree with that. I think that it should be a panel. That's what I think it should be. It should be a panel of women who make these decisions. And the women are going to be hard on each other too. They're going to be like, girl, you got to have that baby. So there should be a panel. The mom, along with, I don't know, her mom and I don't know, whoever, the other moms that's involved in the situation, like the mom of the guy who spit the sperm. All of these moms.
Nobody should be forced to carry a child they do not want to.
I agree.
You're talking 9 months of emotional and physical torture.
I agree with you. But I still think that there's got to find some kind of way to work it out for all parties to be happy. Because in some circumstances, I agree with you. Because I
don't agree with it myself. I don't like abortion, but here's where it's over. It's not my choice, and it's wrong to force someone to do that because
she has to carry it.
It is
she has to give birth.
Long change, both mentally, physically, and emotionally.
And she could die giving birth to that child. It happens a lot. People don't realize how often it happens where moms pass away as a result of a complication of giving birth. It's very common, you guys. So that's a thing that each mom is weighing in her mind also. Am I physically able to am I healthy enough to be able to do this? And you're going to force this on this person and fuck around and kills them. There's a lot of angles to this. But like I say, I think the best scenario is a panel. I agree that the mom should get the biggest say in it. But I think there should be a couple of other women that gets to weigh in on the decision at least a bit. You know what I'm saying? To at least kind of have some influence on that mom's decision. Because sometimes maybe she doesn't know what she wants to do or maybe it's, she doesn't really know.
Talk about it all they want.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up. But if one of those other moms are saying, I'll help with the kid, I'll help with the finances, I'll help, you know what I'm saying? I'll be there for you. You know what I'm saying? I got you. That sometimes that might be enough for her to, you know, make her decision in a different way. Because if she feels like she's finna go at this all by herself,
like I said, talk is fine, but nobody has the right or power to veto if she says no.
right? I think so too. She should have the biggest block on it. But
Even though I
there
think it should be a choice that you should never want to make. Much less, you shouldn't even need to think about having to make that choice. But that is nobody's choice but theirs.
Well, we're going into the direction in Texas. It's practically illegal to have an abortion here. Practically, people are leaving out of the state.
We went too far. Personally, I think the laws the way they were great. They gave enough time for finding out and having a reasonable response time and time to think about it before you took action. The baby itself was not so far along as to be, oh my fucking God, we were killing. What are we killing?
Like a whole ass baby. That's what I hate. Them late term abortions should be illegal across the board. If you haven't made your decision if you haven't made your decision by fucking 6 months or whatever the fuck, bitch, no, bitch. You gotta have that fucking baby. Fuck that. No, bitch, you can't be making the decision.
I'm fine with that. That what is it? We get the first trimester, 3 months, 90 days.
Yeah.
That's like I said. That's right now what Texas has tried to do. They're not. Some people don't even know they're pregnant at the time that Texas has placed it so far.
Right.
And that ain't right, and that's not fair.
Yeah, that's just like my wife, dude. Like my wife didn't know she was pregnant, and then one day she was just like, I feel weird and yada yada. So we went to the hospital, and come to find out she was pregnant, 3.5 months pregnant.
3.5 months. See, that's after the first trimester. So yeah, in Texas, like I said, it's practically illegal, and people are leaving out of the state to do abortions. And I think, what is it? Alabama followed suit. And I think there's one other state that's passed laws very, very similar to the Texas laws. So that makes it like 3 states that is practically illegal to get an abortion. And the Supreme Court hasn't stepped in. And we already know where the Supreme Court's going to land on this. I'm telling y'all. That's the reason why they put Amy Coney Barrett in there. Y'all think she's going to be going down for women's rights? Watch you get surprised. Watch you get surprised. I guarantee you she's going to vote against Roe versus Wade. And she's also got, I want to say, 5 others that are going to be there with her. It'll be a 6-3 vote. At the most 5-4. But most likely it's going to be a 6-3 vote. Overturn Roe versus Wade. If that particular, they're dodging it now. They've been ducking and dodging it. But if our public, if we change our sentiment, the public sentiment changes a bit on the topic, I'm telling you, it's gonna hit the Supreme Court and they're gonna overturn Roe versus Wade. I think that's the dominoes they're setting up. I think that's what they're heading to. That's their plan. They've been working on it for a while. They never liked Roe versus Wade. They never liked it from the beginning. It's just like they didn't like the Voting Rights Act. They've been chipping away at that. Basically, all that shit that was passed in the civil rights era. We're trying to go back to before all that shit. Back to Jim Crow laws, back to fucking stone these bitches in the street, calling them witches and burning them. I'm kind of scared, bro. I can see it happening. I can see it happening in our lifetime. I can see it happening. I can see the United States looking just like Saudi Arabia. We are cool as fuck with Saudi Arabia. Why are we so cool with Saudi Arabia? Why are we so cool with them?
What did Doc say?
He said not even close. But why are we so cool with them though? Why are we so buddy with them?
I don't know, bro.
That's some horrible ass shit.
They have the oil and control of the oil.
There you
So
go.
so we could just throw our morals right out the door for some damn cheap prices on oil. Let them
Why
stone
not? You say
bitches.
we do that for everything all the time anyway. I mean, that's
I
that's
know
your
we do
shtick,
it.
right? Is everything's going
That
down? It's all
is.
going to blow up. It's all going to burn, and there's nothing we can do about it. So why bother?
I don't say that those last two lines. I don't say that because
Well,
I'm
no,
trying
but
to
every time someone tries to find some way to go positive with it, you attack it like it's another bad thing happening. So why bother?
I do tend to be I'm a bit of a pessimistic. I'm a glass half empty type guy, but I try to argue the other
No,
point.
you're not a glass anything guy. You're the well is poisoned guy.
Yeah.
Why
Yeah.
bother from the start? Why even consider the glass? Ignore everything except the poison in the well.
Cause
And anything you can use to heal it.
Cause the
Hey,
water
man.
is fucking poison, bro. The well is poison. We gotta dig our own fucking well. Fuck.
Hey man, we were taught to be glass half full kind of guys, bro. What's this shit about a glass half empty kind of guy? What the fuck?
I can't
You gonna
help
get
it,
your
bro.
your lashings, goddammit.
I ain't gonna lie. I feel like I got a short hand in life, bro. Like I got dealt a bad hand, and it's fucked up. And I feel like I see it all around me, and it ain't right. It ain't right. It ain't right. It ain't right. People want to pretend that it's not happening, but I can see it with my own eyes,
Dude,
and that's
I'm
fucked up.
54, living out of a hotel, and lost my entire life savings in a pandemic that wasn't really a pandemic. $200,000 lost in a pandemic, and I'm 54 years old living out of a hotel. Yeah, life is doing me pretty fair so far too, man.
I'm not trying to be a crybaby.
I'm just joshing here.
Yeah, I'm
But
not trying
yeah,
to be a cry.
it
I'm not trying to be a
fucking
crybaby.
it
We all
sucks.
catching it. That's the point.
Okay.
That's the point. But that's my point. And it's
The
the
thing
peach.
is, the Earth, it's not like the Earth. It's like gravity isn't real. The Earth just sucks right now.
But I don't accept that. I feel like it's the vibration, it's the energy, it's us. This, the frequency, it's our frequency. Like I was talking to somebody and they was playing like some music, and I was like,
And what have we just been saying about what your frequency is? Everything's poison. Everything's dead. Everything's bad. That's what I'm pointing at here. You say it's all about the frequency. Well, what frequency have you been on? I'm going to say about a month and a half now.
We have been on some low vibrational shit. I ain't gonna lie. But today, the name of the
you talking about that mouse in your pocket?
Okay, us as the show, or maybe me, but the name of the show today is Any Day Above Ground. So I did feel that I have been on some kind of low vibrational shit. That's the reason why I named the show today Any Day Above Ground, and given today as a day to give thanks, to give praise to the Most High, give thanks, But what happens is, like, we listen to music, we listen to low vibrational music, and it affects us and everybody around us. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, I lost my point, but the thing is, to diagnosis. That's why I named the other show Diagnosis. Yes, I talk about these negative things, but it's so that we can hopefully start moving to doing something about it. Because we are pretending that we don't have a problem. We're pretending that we haven't done anything wrong. We're pretending that we're not sick. We need to go to the doctor. I'm talking about the United States. I'm talking about humans. We need to go to the doctor. We got a problem. You know what I'm saying? We infected with Nazis. We infected with racism. We infected with predatory capitalism. We infected with the media narrative. We need to go to the doctor. We need to be prescribed something. I don't know what that something is, but to get to that point, we got to look at what the problem is and then start talking about the roots of it. We can't just look at the surface level of it. We got to look at the real root cause. Like if you have diabetes and high blood
But
pressure,
then most of the time you're digging into the root cause ends with European colonialism.
I ain't gonna lie.
I
I go
mean,
back to that a lot.
Are you sure? Wouldn't I've got something on this, but not right now.
I ain't gonna lie, I do go to that, but I'm still studying. We're all on a journey. That's the point of this. We're trying to find somewhere. This is the conversation. So we talk about subjects that are, touchy and complex and the ones that people avoid so that we can start hopefully going and figuring it out. I don't have it all figured out. I don't have the answers. I don't. But that's why we're doing this. This is a mental exercise. I do go back to European colonialism a lot. And I do have a special heart, a special place in my heart for Native Americans and Palestinians, people that are oppressed. You know what I'm saying? The political sphere that we live in is what I'm freaking what's the word? I'm fucking infatuated with it. I don't know if that's the word, but I'm just fucking I'm mostly blown away that people can't see what I see, because it's like right there. It's like boom, and then when I say it, they're like, "You're crazy." I'm crazy. I'm crazy. You can't see what the hell? Like, it's right there. Like, how we can't deal with it if they can't even see it. Like a person that, like I say, the person that lies all the time is the one that's always lying. The person that's cheating all the time is the person that's always cheating. The person that's telling you you need to know thyself is the dude that don't know shit. That's totally self-absorbed. You know what I'm saying? These Hotep people. We need to realize that we did something wrong, like, and apologize like a real, true, empathetic and a real, true apology. And after apology, the next step is right in the wrong, doing different. If you apologize to someone and then you just do the same thing,
where does it start? Where does it begin? Who deserves things? Who doesn't?
That's the thing.
Because all of that doesn't matter for one thing, and I'm going to tell you right now. And this is going to cause a big problem, but the black population is more American than they are African American now.
I don't see no problem with that. I don't think
Pat
would disagree with you. Go ahead.
And I'm not denying any old connection or anything like that, but when I sit back and say and go, oh, and they say that, we're having problems getting jobs and this stuff and that out there, they're out there. They were out there. They've got, illegals coming in taking jobs. Why are they taking jobs? Because they don't want to work them. That's a choice thing. No offense, but when I was a kid, I used to not ever see Hispanics and stuff back there. It was Chinese people and black people in the kitchens, all through the South. And now you can't even get near a restaurant without having. You can barely get it hired at a restaurant without at least being able to understand some Spanish.
But we talked about earlier how, like, the hierarchy, and Pat disagreed with us, but the hierarchy in the United States it may have always been this way, but they put the Mexicans below the black people, and a lot of black folks don't want those jobs in the kitchen. Not no regular ass restaurant, busting ass and sweating all day. Fuck that.
Exactly. They have developed the American privilege of choice.
Yeah, I mean, but if you think about it, what does a job in the kitchen pay? To be a line cook, what does it pay?
You can make money in certain restaurants, but the average pay, but some of those guys been there a long time, so the pay ranges a lot. It all depends on the restaurant and their experience and how much.
You go work somewhere like at I don't know. Let's just say you go work somewhere, I don't. Papados or these big chain restaurants. What does a cook make? If you're not the head chef, if you're just a regular cook working in the kitchen,
you're a regular cook. You
walk in at about $9 to $10 an hour, and as you learn your stations, you get about $1 or $2 each, with your main cooks making Oh, 18, 19 bucks an hour, and your big chef making salary.
So in most restaurants, the only like you got like 2 or 3 people in the kitchen that's actually making some money. Everybody else is not really. That's about how it goes.
Yeah, everybody else is making 10 or 12 bucks an hour.
Okay, so you take
Not
that.
9 if you're working for a mom and pop that can't afford it.
Yeah. So you think about that shit, bro. Most of us can't. Most of us that are here, we can't afford to even survive off of that. You'd have to work at least 2 jobs, 3 jobs.
Most of them
just to-
do.
ju- ju- ju-
Almost
just to
all the
make-
cooks have a second job.
Okay, so do you think that shit is right to have to work a second job, slaving just to barely fucking get by? That's not right. So I don't even argue. I don't even have a dog in that fight when I say they taking jobs from me like that. I ain't trying to do that shit.
That's what
I
I'm
ain't trying to
saying.
work no 2-3 jobs.
And that's
You
what
know,
I'm saying.
But I don't think that Pat was arguing with Pat. I don't think Pat. I ain't gonna say I don't think. I know his argument was not about some bullshit ass restaurant line cook job. You know, there's other places. There's
Pat
other
said, "Fuck that.
Other
Take our jobs." He said that's bullshit. He said it's political. That's what he said.
Yeah, because you're not in the industry that we in. If you get outside of the industry that you have been in, and you get into engineering, or you get into trucking, transportation, or you get into areas like that, you will see how they are above us, how they are treated far more better. They will get the position, and I'm not talking about some fucking Mexico City Mexican or Jalisco or from South America. I'm talking about this motherfucker, my skin tone from Honduras, that will get that position. You know that and this is what we see. I've seen it, and that's why I've always said, and not trying to sound racist, and it may come off very racist. I strive never to work at a place where there is majority Mexicans,
Well,
because I know I'll get fucked over.
I don't know about Honduras unless there's a bunch of other Honduras people in that particular place.
Nah, bro.
And if it
you
was,
see them
that's
all the time. Like, you see it. You're not in this field. You have to step outside of your realm of expertise and get into some other areas to
I know
really
about this
see
stuff.
his
That's-
argument.
That's
you
what
know?
what I'm talking about is the countries. Y'all don't know the specific countries, and that's what
I
I be
don't know.
trying
The
to
motherfuckers,
explain.
hey, I'm doing them
It's-
like they do us.
the-
Motherfucker
the-
brown skin. He come
that-
from somewhere where they brown people.
Yes, well, Dominicans are not treated the same as Haitians. Haitians are not treated the same as Guatemalans and Honduras. Belize are not treated the same as I don't know, Panamanians. Brazilians are not treated the same as Uruguay and Paraguay. You have to understand the dynamics. It's complex. But I want to go back to what Doc said earlier about the black people being American, and I think that is true. And black people identify themselves as, United States citizens, Americans. Nigga, we don't really identify as African, even though they call us African Americans. And black people fought in World War II. Black people fought in World War I. Black people fought in the fucking Civil War on both sides. Black people fought in the Spanish American War. You name it. For the United States. Vietnam. You name it. Afghanistan. Black people identify as American. United States. You know what I'm saying? That's how they see themselves. So, I mean, I don't know. There's confusion that comes in with that, with people. And also, black people fall on both sides or all sides of everything. And it has always been like that. It's no surprise, bro. A black Republican or a black Democrat, whatever. A black Nazi, nigga. Yes. Black Nazi. Well, you gotta stop looking at images and trying to see images as, that's where the prejudice comes in, because you think you know by just looking at somebody. You don't know. You need to talk to them. You need to hang out with them. Have a beer with them. Go fishing with them. Then you will know. You can't know by looking at them. That's completely impossible.
Identify as female, they will be logged as a female offender. This will be regardless if they have legally changed their gender or surgically changed their gender. Somebody who's come out to shed light on this horrific issue is the author of Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling, writing, "War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. The penised individual who raped you is a woman. It's just ridiculous." And if you think this won't have tangible effects, look at this article out of Daily Mail. 1 in 50 male prisoners identify as female, compared with 1 in 200 in the general population. Why? Well, you get privileges for being transgender in jail, meaning that you get to choose whether or not you are transferred to a male or female facility. If I was a male inmate who wanted to be around women all day, I think I would identify as transgender as well. This is going to cause massive amounts of harm for women worldwide. It is completely absurd, and a big shout out to JK for pointing this out. Scotland has a new transgender rape policy, and it is absolutely insane. Let's get into it. Scotland police have confirmed that if a biological male rapes a woman and then chooses to identify as female, they will be logged as a female offender. This will be regardless if they have legally changed their gender or surgically changed their gender. Somebody who's come out to shed light on this horrific issue is the author of Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling, writing, "War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. The penised individual who raped you is a woman. It's just ridiculous." And if you think this won't have tangible effects, look.
I ain't gonna lie. It's like, I feel like the LGBTQ thing benefits white males. It's like, I mean, that's not a racial thing. I'm just saying, like, there's a power base in this thing. So, like, you know, it's a white gay male, but that's the one who gets the most privilege out of LGBTQ. Don't be mad at me. This is my opinion, y'all. But I agree with her. All that is ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. So that's why I always say I listen to all sides. And I think most of us are that way. We really agree with people on both sides on all the issues. People are complex. Nobody is really liberal or conservative. No one is. Everyone is a mix of them. You know? And what I always like to say is you can be socially conservative and economically liberal. And you can be economically conservative, you know, socially liberal, whatever, backwards, flip it backwards. You get what I'm saying? And most people are one of those, one or the other. Socially conservative and economically liberal, or economically conservative and socially conservative. I think most people are. And understand what I'm saying when I say socially conservative. That means like very Christian, or you know, you don't even have to be Christian, but you have these really like beliefs related to your spiritual beliefs, and you hold them really strongly, and that's what you value over a lot of things. You know, economically conservative mean that you like, I'm not trying to spread out money around people. Let them pull themselves up by their bootstraps. You know, don't give donations to people because that don't help people. You know what I'm saying? But economically liberal means the opposite of that. Give the money away. Why hoard the money? Just give it away. Try to help everybody in the whole world. You shouldn't. Why should you have so much and everybody else don't have as much? And then socially liberal is like free LGBTQ. Let's just be free. Have sex with whoever you want. You know, whatever religion you have, it's okay, dude. It is blood. Let's do some drugs and have sex. It's okay, dude. Does that make sense what I just said, though? I don't know if I'll be making sense all the time.
That's just.
That was Chris Tucker. Let me go back to Chris Tucker. Chris Tucker fell off the map. He wanted to charge too much for his movies, I guess. Where did he go? He's turning into a nobody. He says he still does stand up.
Shit, I'll be a nobody and still making damn near $1 million a year doing stand up, little small comedy tours.
Yeah. Yeah, he's doing all right, I'm sure. Bun B. You know, Bun B could run for a political office. People really like him in Houston. He's been on that TV show and that news show, you know.
You know, he was a professor over at Rice University. I don't know if he's still there or not.
I did not know that. I know he was in. I know he's intelligent. He knows a lot of stuff, and it's crazy. Like he makes that hip hop gangster music, but this dude listens to Beethoven and shit like that. Like I don't think he listens to rap.
Slow, loud, and banging, because that's how we ride in Texas. Just like in this parade, we're riding slow, the music is loud, and the trunk is banging. Typically, a slab's going to have candy paint, which is going to be a very glossy paint job. It's going to be rolling on 84 rims and Vogue tires. If it's a real slab, the trunk will pop. They will swing and bang. But it's all in fun. It's not gang culture or anything like that. It's just representing the H, baby.
And we got the Bang It on cue. Bun B, our grand marshal of the Art Car Parade. Chauncey Myers.
Yeah, Bun B could totally run for a political office in the Houston area, and I think he would have a chance of winning. People really like him.
Yeah.
And he's smart.
Yeah.
We got kids that can't read and write, and then we're going to teach them incorrect grammar. Don't push this ideology on children. I'm not going to work in a district that's okay with that. You need to make a clear statement on how many genders are there, because parents they're already pulling their kids out of public school. This isn't a political indoctrination camp. Okay, it's public education. We want to teach education, not left-wing ideas that aren't backed up by facts or science. Thank you.
Man, I definitely agree.
They're
with that
teaching
shit. I definitely agree with everything that he just said, bro. Because that No Child Left Behind shit, I tell you what, it has fucked our kids up. You mean to tell me they can screw up the whole year, not pass a class, but they don't fucking fail, they get pushed to the next grade? And that's why we got 6th and 7th graders, you know, sixth graders coming out of elementary school that don't even know how to spell their own fucking name, that can't even write. Their writing looks like chicken scratch. Like, nah, I totally agree with that shit. And teaching them incorrect grammar and not teaching them right, man. Like, bro, the teachers' hands are fucking tired, bro. They can't, and they have to teach this curriculum, and they have to pass these kids on. It ain't like when, hell, we were in school. I mean, if you fail and you didn't go to summer school in order to pass that class, you just repeated the same grade the following school year, and everybody laughed at your ass. You know what I'm saying? But now these kids get passed on, bro. And like
I try not to get involved, bro, because I done got into it with like teachers, principals, administrators already. And I wanted to be a teacher, but that's why I didn't do it, because of those curriculums. And so now I'm just like, fuck it. Like Doc said, I really do kind of have that attitude, but it's really fucked up. Our education system needs a complete overhaul, bro. It needs to be completely. They teach them to the test. They're just fucking. You know, they traumatize these kids. They make them memorize stuff. They squeeze all the creativity right out of them. You know what I'm saying?
And they're institutionalizing them, bro. It starts in elementary school. You know, it's like because I thank God that I've been that parent that go and have lunch with my kids and stuff like that, and I'll just surprise them and pop up, you know, with lunch, their favorite restaurant or something like that, and have lunch with them. And I was sitting there one day waiting on my daughter's class to come down for lunch, and like seeing like the teachers like They come around the corner and I hear them. She's like, "Hey, fall back in line. Put your finger over your mouth. There's no talking. Finger over your mouth, one arm behind your back." And I'm like, bro, this
What the
is
fuck
some
is that? That
institutionalized
sound
shit,
like
bro.
prison.
Yes, and I'm like, and I'm sitting here and being a person that worked in a prison, knowing how when my inmates used to come down my hallway, bro, that's how it was. You know what I'm saying? You look straight ahead, both hands behind, no hands by your side, both hands behind your back. You walk straight down. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's how, and like seeing that shit, bro. I'm like, they are institutionalizing these fucking kids, bro. Like,
It's
literally.
the school to
Literally, and
prison
then they
pipeline.
get punished, like, cause one of the little girls that lived in the apartments as we did, she saw me and she's like, "Oh my God, there's Sanaya, there's your dad," and she ran over and gave me a hug. Out of turn, the teacher was like, "That's it, no recess for you," and I was like, "Ma'am, you know, like her and my daughter play together, they live right by me." I'm like, "There's no need for that," you know. I'm like, "Come on, like, literally, really." You know, and like she was like, "Okay, I'm not gonna just because I didn't realize you were here," and I'm like, "Yeah," I'm like, "Come on, like don't take her recess away from her for that."
And it's all about punishment. That's what they teach us. That's what they teach us. That's the reason why we all are on this hamster wheel, because we know we're gonna get punished if we don't fucking do what they fucking tell us to do. Keep your head down, go to work, pay your taxes, or you will be punished. One of the extreme punishments is fucking living under the bridge. Or you can go to prison. You like that better?
Yeah, I was on this one channel, man, and I was telling people, man, we need to come up with our own. We need to get our own land, have our own schools, our own hospitals, our own government, and get the fuck out of America. That's what America's about.
They criminalize being poor.
Yeah, we had that once before, JT, and look at what they did. Look at what they did to that. So, I mean, we're a lot smarter now, you know. But yeah.
I'm saying, no, it's too many millionaires and billionaires, you know, athletes, actors, singers, for us not to have our own, you know, our own hospitals, our own schools, our own political, our own, you know what I'm saying? So own school so that we can teach our kids, you know, stuff to sustain themselves in life, instead of these old watered down ass education that they're giving them.
Yeah.
You know, I can't really argue with that, bruh. You know, somebody said segregation. Well, no, integration was one of the worst things that happened to black people in the United States.
Yeah, I've heard that too. I got an uncle that grew up doing that integration, and he from El Campo, Texas, and he said all the time, you know, he was like, you know, they learned a whole lot better. You know, that's when the education became watered down, and he was like, you know, the white kids, parents that could afford it, they would send their kids into Houston to school, to private schools. You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't have like stuff like that out there in El Campo. But yeah, he was like, that's the worst thing.
I don't know if it's true or if it's not. I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm just saying people have said that. And that kind of goes back to what JT was saying, because before integration, they did have schools and hospitals like that. And over time, you could see them improving with more funding and so forth and so on. And then, you know, with the sports, that's why they want to. One of the big things with integration was like they take all the best athletes out of these black communities and they go to University of Kansas and play football.
Yeah. But that's not how. Well, I don't know if it was like that before, but
It
yeah,
started happening right then during that time. That's when it
yeah,
started happening. Because before you couldn't play over there with them until they made the law where, or the and then that's when they started freaking picking the best people out the hood and putting them on these basically all white teams. I swear, all that shit is racist as fuck, bro. The NFL is like racist as fuck. I don't care what nobody say, bro. That shit was set up to be racist and continues to be racist to this day. I don't give a damn about the image that they trying to portray, getting fucking Jay-Z to do they fucking. And then this last year they had all the rappers on fucking, which was a great fucking halftime Super Bowl. So I ain't gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? I didn't watch the Super Bowl, but I did watch the halftime show. You know, fucking it's racist as fuck. I'm sorry. Football is racist as fuck. Baseball is racist as fuck. What y'all think? Curtis says, wow, Doc is on. Guess he's happy to see you actually join the show. We're at 1 hour and 20 minutes. Let me see. I sent y'all videos. Go ahead.
no, it's just thinking about what JT was saying. But I feel like at the end of the day, like he was saying, we have too many millionaires and we got a couple of billionaires. You know what I'm saying? Probably more than what we know. But I think that their money has strings attached. If they go too far one way,
They gonna take that money from them.
they lose so much, and that's one of the things they're not willing to lose. You know what I'm saying? Like yeah. When you get money, unless you are self inventing something that creates, and even at that point, you still kind of got it. But I think more so like if you, unless you have your own lane, something you self-invented, something that made millions or billions of dollars and people need around the world, or whatever, which have you, man, it's just kind of hard because you think about these rappers and these athletes and things that those people that are making clothing lines and things of that nature, man. It's only so their hands are tied. It's only so much they could do. I ain't gonna say their hands are tied. They want to be tied, because they love what comes with it. And I get it. Who, you making enough money to never have to worry about shit the rest of your life if you do right by the money.
Do right. If you do right.
But
and do right mean do whatever your fucking handler tells you to do.
What your master tell you.
Yeah. So, I think that's why you have so many of them now that has, they don't start trying to make anything shake or start shaking the bush, if you will, until they're retired. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck it, I ain't finna win no hall, I'm not finna win a Hall of Fame or this or that or be inducted, it's just I don't know, bro. And I could be wrong. I could be wrong with what I'm saying, but I just feel like they're not in control of themselves.
Yeah, they all got handlers. Even Obama probably got handlers.
Yeah, he may. I don't know. Obama is from a pretty powerful family, so.
Man, everybody got a handler.
Shit, yeah, that's true.
When it comes to that world. Because that's how you get in. Somebody had to bring you in.
Yeah. That's like, you remember the dude that played for Seattle, Marshawn Lynch, when he retired and they were talking all that shit, the NFL and all of them was talking all that shit. Oh, he won't be able to manage and yada yada yada. That dude was smart, bro. He did not spend any of his guaranteed money. That 51 million, didn't spend none of it. Like he ain't ever got to touch a football ever again. But you see, because of that, he started getting all these endorsement deals. People was like, dude don't need you. He don't need to run your ball up and down the field.
Who you talking about, Kaepernick?
No, Marshawn Lynch.
Oh.
That played for the Seattle Seahawks.
Okay.
I think he came back and played for a little while with the Rams. I think it was the Rams or the Raiders. Somebody he came back and played with for a little while. But yeah, like dude, like yeah, you see what happens when you take a stand against that shit. You get Kaepernick.
Man, it's funny how emotional people still get to this day. A lot of people, if you mentioning Kaepernick's name, what the hell is so emotional about this shit? Damn, that shows how brainwashed. That shows how much they got the narrative.
Well,
damn, it's
for the national anthem.
Yeah, because he kneeled during the national anthem. This thing says Shanghai is flying drones over districts to tell citizens under lockdown to curb your soul's desire for freedom and comply with COVID-19 restrictions. By the way, Shanghai is on lockdown right now.
Yeah.
It says video have circulated on Twitter and the Chinese social media platform Weibo of what appears to be a drone hovering in sky, broadcasting COVID lockdown guidelines to residents under quarantine. One particular clip shows a drone with red flashing lights hovering above apartment buildings, broadcasting a message loudly. The video's original poster said the clip was taken in a residential district in Shanghai. Let me play a bit of this video so I can take a breather. And hopefully we can talk about it. I'm probably going to start stopping it as we play it.
Hey, you talked to old Goon?
I haven't. I sent the group message that I sent to everybody.
I'm finna call him because he did mention the other night if he's not in here when we live after a while, give him a call.
All right.
So, all right, I'll call him.
Hello, welcome to Up and Atom. I'm Jade. There's nothing else quite like time. Always flowing toward the future, but never the past. Why is time a one-way street? We could go backwards and forwards in space, so why not time? Well, what if I told you that the direction of time could one day change? That time flows both forwards and backwards. To understand the nature of time, we need to start with the nature of space. We can learn a lot about space just by throwing a ball in the air. Now move 5 meters to the left and lo and behold, the exact same thing happens. We've just demonstrated a deep truth about our universe. The laws of physics do not change depending on where you are in space. This is called space translation symmetry. Similarly, if you throw a ball at 8 a.m. and then again at 8 p.m., the result is the same. This is called time translation symmetry. It tells us that the laws of physics do not change with time. Symmetries are the most fundamental ideas in physics. They tell us about the structure of our universe. Space translation symmetry tells us that space is the same everywhere. This means that the laws of physics cannot distinguish between whether we are in one place or another. The behavior of the ball doesn't tell us anything about where we are. The same is true for time translation symmetry. We can't tell which of these clips was taken earlier or later just from observing the behavior of the ball. A surprising symmetry of our universe is time reversal symmetry, sometimes called T-symmetry. Amazingly, there is no physical difference between backwards and forwards in time. Unlike the other symmetries, we can't physically demonstrate this because we can't reverse time, but we can simulate it by reversing the direction of velocity. This is achieved by playing a video backwards. One of these clips is played forwards and the other backwards. Just like we can't tell where we are in space, we also can't tell whether we're going backwards or forwards in time. According to Newton, a direction of time is not baked into the fabric of our universe. But this isn't what we experience at all. In fact, it's usually extremely obvious when a video is being played forwards or backwards. Newton's laws are the foundation on which much of physics relies. From them, we've built rockets to explore the cosmos or predicted the movement of the planets. So why do they say something so contrary to our experience? And if the direction of time doesn't come from Newton's laws, where does it come from? To answer these questions, we need to go back to the 1800s. A new branch of science was forming, thermodynamics. This was the science of heat, pressure, temperature, and volume. It was a science based on observation and experiment, rather than theories or explanations. One of the pioneers of thermodynamics, Rudolf Clausius, noticed that systems always tend to equilibrium. If you bring a hot and cold objects together, left to their own devices, their temperatures would eventually average out. Once a system reaches equilibrium, it stays there forever, never spontaneously going back the way it came. But no one knew why. Clausius called this tendency for a system to move toward equilibrium an increase in entropy. You might have heard entropy described as a measure of disorder, but a more accurate definition is the measure of how close a system is to equilibrium. The closer it is to equilibrium, the higher its entropy. The further away it is, the lower its entropy. And just to be crystal clear, equilibrium is the state in which the system is perfectly balanced and no longer changes. This most often looks like the most disordered state. Clausius declared it a physical law that the entropy of a closed system always increases or stays the same. It never decreases. We now call this the second law of thermodynamics. At the time, it was huge. For the first time in history, we had a law of physics that distinguishes between the forwards and backwards directions of time. If entropy is increasing, we're going forwards. If entropy is decreasing, we're going backwards. But this breakthrough came at a cost. We now have a conflict between two major fields of physics, the time-symmetric laws of Newtonian mechanics and the time-asymmetric laws of thermodynamics. Was there a different set of rules for different fields of physics? Was a direction of time baked into our universe or not? Like us, a Viennese physicist named Ludwig Boltzmann saw this conflict as unacceptable. He didn't believe for a second there could be one set of laws for one major field of physics and a different set for another, and made it his life's work to unify them. Boltzmann had just finished his PhD on something called the kinetic theory of gases, the idea that gas consisted of millions of tiny particles all bouncing around with some kinetic energy. This provided a link between mechanics and thermodynamics. Each particle could be viewed as a tiny ball that obeys Newtonian mechanics, while the gas as a whole followed thermodynamics. The challenge was how to derive a time asymmetric gas from time symmetric particles. The answer? Collisions. As the particles bounce around, they inevitably bump into each other and the walls. A particle will continue moving in a straight line until it collides with another one or the wall. They move much further in the direction of free space simply because they're less likely to collide with something. However, it isn't guaranteed, just overwhelmingly likely. There are still arrangements where the particles stay bunched up forever. They're just extremely unlikely. So unlikely that for a regular gas, we'd have to wait much longer than the age of the universe to see this. Almost any arrangement guarantees they spread out, while only very few specific arrangements have them remaining bunched up. Boltzmann had shown that the journey from order to disorder was in fact a journey from the improbable to the probable. The second law was not a strict physical law, but rather a statistical law. A single particle obeyed Newton's mechanical laws, while a group of particles acted as a probabilistic process. This phenomenon is beautifully captured in this simple and elegant equation. This was brilliant, but Clausius wasn't very happy about the demotion of his robust physical law to a mere statistical one. It had changed from the entropy of a closed system must always increase or stay the same to the entropy of a closed system will probably increase or stay the same. Doesn't sound as good, does it? But whether it sounded good or not, Boltzmann's theory answered a lot of questions. It reconciled the time symmetry.
Okay. I'm back. Sorry, man. Can you hear me? What's up, Pat? You there?
Yep. What's up?
What's going on?
Nah, chill.
What up?
The gist of this video is time. They're saying time can flow in both directions. And they're thinking about the law of entropy and fighting against that. And if you know about the law of entropy, it's like everything always increases entropy. And they're saying that's not necessarily true. And if you think about it, the argument makes sense when you think about the Big Bang, right? We know for sure at some point, like all the mass in the universe was all in one spot. And for whatever reason, it started to expand. So we also know that something had to happen for all this mass to be into this one spot. So what happened before the Big Bang? So there's an argument against the entropy, forever entropy. If that makes any sense, what I'm saying.
Yeah, I follow.
Yeah, I'll send this video to y'all earlier in the week. This one, it said, the name of it is Why Time Actually Flows Both Ways. And I'm always super interested in time. That's a really interesting topic for me. But earlier, what did we talk about earlier to fill in, Pat? I can't remember, bro. What did we talk about, y'all?
We were talking. First, we were talking about the. It all started with the law. The state of Missouri is looking to do away with the law that will allow
abortion
minors to get married at the age of 14. Then we went into the whole abortion deal and talking about that, and then we started talking about we touched on that a little bit, and we started talking about America as a whole apologizing, and not only apologizing but going through and making it right, turning things around. And then we got on the school system and how they're not educating the kids, and we touched on. I brought up about the No Child Left Behind and how it has screwed our education system up. How kids are able to move to the next grade, even though they're failing. And it's left a lot of kids not knowing anything. You got kids coming from elementary school where they learn to spell and write their name, or at least write their name. They should know how to spell their name before elementary, in my opinion, but write their name and do simple things, simple tasks, and they're coming into middle school, 6th grade, and don't have a clue. We touched on that a little bit.
And then that's when JT was like, we should make our own stuff. we should have our own schools and institutions and stuff. And then that's when I made the comment that a lot of people said that, you know, black, you know, when integration happened, it was one of the worst things that happened to black people. Some
Yeah.
people say that. Yeah, so and then abortion. I'm thinking that we're going backwards in time, and I think they're going to overturn Roe versus Wade. That's one of the things I was saying earlier. I think that's the direction we're going in.
Why do you think that?
Well, because look at the law, the Texas law, and then the Texas law has spread to, I think, Arkansas, and then some other state. Is it Georgia? I don't know, Mississippi. There's 3 states that have similar laws coming in, just like Texas law. And the Texas law is basically, practically, makes abortions illegal.
You said law makes abortions illegal.
Yeah, that Texas law, the way, because it's the way it's worded and the way it's written, you know, it just finds its way around Roe versus Wade. Basically, you know, not pushing against Roe versus Wade, but still making abortion illegal. And the other states are like, damn, look how they're getting away with this shit. So it's crazy, though, for them to say abortion is unconstitutional in Roe versus Wade, but then for them to find ways around that shit. Like, how much do they really care about the Constitution and all that shit? I don't think they care about the Constitution. Those people who be throwing up the Constitution all the time, all they care about is their agenda.
I don't know. I guess they care so much about their agenda that you know, children that you know never had a chance have a chance now. But hey, you know, it's just about the agenda, right?
Yeah. We talked about that too, and like I said, us in Saudi Arabia, we're so cool with Saudi Arabia. Like I say, I can see us stoning women in the streets in 10 years.
Going with the street, babies.
Stoning women in the streets for having abortions, for doing abortions on their own.
Oh, come on, man.
I mean, hey, I'm just saying it's a slippery slope. They just arrested this lady in Texas for allegedly killing her baby or whatever. It was an illegal abortion, and she's getting in trouble. So that's where it starts.
So what agenda are you trying to fill?
You know, we was talking about it earlier. You know, I mean, the abortion topic is really, really, really touchy. I don't really condone abortions, but there's a reason why the butt is a big butt. There's a reason why they made it legal. There's a good reason for it to be legal.
Illegal or legal?
Legal. Roe versus Wade. There's a good reason for Roe versus Wade. Roe versus Wade.
Well, I think it needs to go past. I think the conversation needs to go past the legal and illegal. Like maybe it needs to go to lawful or unlawful, and that's based on the Constitution. And I would say if it, based on the Constitution, it's lawful for you to have an abortion.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's.
But depending on your interpretation. And that's why I think that they're going to interpret the Constitution differently coming soon. And it's going to be a 6-3 vote or 5-4 at best. Ultimately, it's going to result in the same. That's just what I think. And the name of the show
Well, I mean, I
is.
guess.
Go ahead. What you gonna say?
Well, I said, yeah, I can see where it might come out to being up to the states to do as they please, but
And that's what's happening right now.
yeah,
So, but at some point, it's gonna have to go because look, what if it's like 44 states where abortion is illegal? Then technically, you could say abortion is illegal in the United States, and then that wouldn't make any sense because Roe versus Wade says that it should be legal for abortion to be, Roe versus Wade says that abortion should be legal in the United States. But if 40,
but what about, because it has to be
we
a
already got 3.
significance in the case that makes it where it should be, where it should be overwhelming, no matter where you are, that it should be legal. That's
That's
the
what I
part
mean.
that
That's what I mean because we're only at 3 states right now. How many states do you have to get to say that actually it's not really legal to get an abortion in the United States? If you get up in the 40s, you definitely can say that. There's only 50 states.
Well, I mean, cases like what you're talking about. I guess you said there's a case in Texas where she got arrested.
Mm-hmm. Doc, look that up, bro.
Say something
here.
Something like that. Yeah, something like that is gonna have to be fought and used. The Roe versus Wade have to be used in the case in order for it to really stay alive because the fact that the state has its rights to.
No, because it already went to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court kicked it back down. They basically made a non-ruling.
Well,
so
you gotta
the
go.
law.
Well, because it's got to be that case has to go through state at least state first before it can go up to Supreme Court. So
That's what I'm saying. They pushed this law. I want to say it made it to the Supreme Court. They kicked it down already. They didn't really rule on it. They kicked it back down. It basically gave the okay for the law to continue because they didn't stop it, and they could
well,
have.
you have to exercise the rights of the state. Like you have to make sure that you've done everything you can. Like you can't just take any case and just I'm gonna run to the Supreme Court. You know what I'm saying? Like unless it was a federal case to begin with, but this is on
No,
the
it
state
made
level.
it.
It was charged.
It made its way. It turned into it. It took a long time, but it did make it up there, and the Supreme Court kicked it back down, and so that's the reason why it gets to stand still. Just the Texas law stands, and that's the reason why the other states are following suit because it worked. It worked the way they used the language in the law. They basically loopholed Roe versus Wade. Roe versus Wade still stands, but it's practically illegal to have an abortion in Texas. So that's just the reality.
Yeah,
Doc sent me an article. Let me see. Let's pull it up. Give me 1 second. Here we go. A woman faces a murder charge in Texas over an alleged self-induced abortion. A 26-year-old woman has been charged with murder in Texas after authorities said
She caused the death of an individual by self-induced abortion in a state that has the most restrictive abortion laws in the U.S. It's unclear whether Lizelle Herrera is accused of having an abortion or whether she helped someone else get an abortion. Damn, why do you have to name drop her like that? Herrera was arrested Thursday and remained jailed Saturday on $500,000 bond in the Starr County Jail in Rio Grande City and the U.S.-Mexico border, Sheriff's Major Carlos Delgado said in a statement. Herrera was arrested and served with an indictment on the charge of murder after Herrera did then and there intentionally and knowingly cause the death of an individual by self-induced abortion, Delgado said. Delgado did not say under what law Herrera has been charged. He said no other information will be released until at least Monday because the case remains under investigation. Texas law exempts her from a criminal homicide charge for aborting her own pregnancy, University of Texas law professor Stephen Vladeck told the Associated Press. Homicide doesn't apply to the murder of an unborn child if the conduct charge is committed by the mother of the unborn child, Vladeck said. I don't know if that's true. It's going to depend on how they interpret that law. It says in 2021, state law that bans abortion in Texas for women who are early as 6 weeks pregnant has sharply curtailed the number of abortions in the state. The law leaves enforcement to private citizens who can sue doctors or anyone who helps a woman get an abortion. The woman receiving the abortion is exempt from the law. However, some states still have laws that criminalize self-induced abortions, and there have been a handful of prosecutions here and there over the years, Vladeck said. It's a murder in Texas to take steps that terminate a fetus, but when a medical provider does it, it can't be prosecuted due to U.S. Supreme Court rulings upholding the constitutionality of abortion, Vladeck said. Lynn Patrol, the executive director of National Advocates for Pregnant Women, also noted the state law exemption. Let me keep reading. What's a little mysterious in the case is that this woman has been charged with, Patrol said. There is no statute in Texas that even on its face authorizes the arrest of a woman for a self-managed abortion. Another state law prohibits doctors and clinics from prescribing abortion-induced medications after 7th week of pregnancy and prohibits delivery of pills by mail. Medication abortions are not considered self-induced under federal Food and Drug Administration regulations. Medical abortions. And then, but you can buy that pill. Can't you buy that in Walgreens? You can only receive the medication under medical supervision. Yeah. I realize this sounds weird because you are taking the pill yourself, but it's under a provider's at least theoretical care. Yeah, see, that's gray area like a motherfucker. In Rio Grande City on Saturday, the abortion rights group Frontera Fund called for Herrera's arrest. We don't yet know all the details surrounding this tragic event, said Rocky Gonzalez, founder and board chair of the organization. But you know, what's crazy about this is that people can do like a citizen's arrest for this. And I think that's what's happening. And I think that's why they're not saying that she doesn't have like what the charges are. Let me read a little bit more. It says, what we do know is that criminalizing pregnant people's choice or pregnancy outcomes, which the state of Texas has done, takes away people's autonomy over their own bodies and leaves them with no safe options when they choose not to become a parent, Gonzalez said. That's the argument for Roe versus Wade, basically. Nancy Cardenas Pina, Texas State Director for Policy and Advocacy for the National Latina Institute for Reproductive Justice, said in a statement that abortion should be available on women's own terms where she feels most comfortable. Allowing criminal law to be used against people who have ended their own pregnancy serves no responsible state purpose, but many cause great harm to young people, people with lower incomes, and communities of color who are most likely to encounter or be reported to law enforcement, Pena said. That's it. What do y'all think?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think there's other reasons why it should be available, but I mean, you know, I'm not like I said, I'm not like yip parade, you know. However, Um, I think it should be available. Period. I mean, there's many reasons, but hopefully they figure out a way to get past it because I mean, shit, the world's crazy enough. I mean, the psychological effects that certain things have on people should be enough reason that look, just not not being capable of taking care of a kid. I mean, that might be enough, but I don't know. What's that? I'm hearing.
Sound like somebody done fell asleep. Oh, JT done fell asleep over there.
Nah, I ain't sleep.
Oh,
That's your boy Doc over there asleep.
shit.
Is it?
Nah, Doc ain't sleep. Doc probably researching.
No, I keep my mic keyed off.
He researching. He's gonna fact check. Man, that abortion topic, bro. It's. I mean, I hope they can find some kind of way. I feel like it's a woman's right. You're taking control, but you're taking control over their right to their body and what they want to do. I don't
Well,
know.
I don't know if it's really that much of a conversation for us because I mean it's
Yeah, I said the same thing earlier. We as men, we have, who are we?
well
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
saying
what.
so much about the men thing, but I mean that's I guess you could say that's part of it, but
Yeah, I
there's
said
certain women.
earlier. I think it should be a woman's panel that makes the decision. That involves like the guy's mom, the girl's mom, and maybe their grandmas.
It's still gonna be a split conversation.
Yeah. I mean, unless I mean, it's a touchy subject, because on that one side you could have the woman that say, "Hey, I want to have this abortion," but then the guy who she's potentially pregnant by may say, "Nah, man, just have the baby. I'll take the baby. I'll take care of it." So
Because
it's
that's what
just
I'm saying. If they have the conversation, and somebody out there might be saying, "Bro, I got you. Don't worry, I got you." Because at the end of the day, like we said, it's her. She gotta freaking have the baby and take care of the baby and raise the baby. If ain't nobody there, like, boom, we got you. We gonna help you. Then she might just be like, "Bro, I'm not. I don't know that I want to go through all this."
yeah. I mean,
You can't blame
hey,
her for that.
yeah, or like if the father of the child is like, "Hey, man, look, have the baby. I understand you don't want to be a mother right now. I'll take the child. Please don't abort my child." Then I can see, but at the end of the day, it's her right as a woman. We can talk all we want, but it's left up to her. You know what I'm saying? I feel like it should be left up to her.
Let me read the
You know.
comments. Doc says Roe versus Wade says Constitution of the United States protects a pregnant woman's liberty to choose to have an abortion without excessive government restriction. Well, shit, that's not what's happening in Texas. And he says what we now have a problem with will be the definition of excessive. The definitions of excessive. I agree, Pat. I know exactly what you mean. And that's why I say burning them at the stake and calling them a witch, stoning them in the street. I'm telling y'all,
I don't think it'll get to that, bro.
slippery slope, y'all. Slippery slope.
I think stoning them in the street would be overboard. I don't see.
I think that no law should be man's law should never try to overstep God's law, and one of the first
That
things he gave each human is choice.
That's that time him being a Muslim's coming out.
You know, I had a Muslim table tonight. You know,
What's up?
Ramadan is. Assalamu alaikum to my Muslim brothers and sisters out there. Happy Ramadan. They are fasting right now. You know, Ramadan is going on. I had a table tonight, and they was breaking fast when they sat down at my table. They were about to break fast. It was right at sunset. So I don't know. I do have a Muslim past, and I totally sympathize with them breaking fast because I've done Ramadan many times. And breaking fast, bro. You know, I am pretty damn religious. I really am, bro. You know, I have a sympathy for Christians. I have a sympathy for Muslims. I have a sympathy for Jews. You know, I have a sympathy for Hindus.
The real ones.
The real ones. Y'all know what I'm talking about. So, you know, I really do. You know, even though I talk about religious people a lot, I say bad things about religious people, but really, that's my roots. I'm pretty damn religious, and at the end of the day, but you know what has happened though? What has happened is what I realized was that I treated people differently. That's what I realized. I realized when I noticed. I'm not saying today. I realized this years ago. I realized that when I realized somebody was Muslim or whatever, I would treat them differently. You know, if I realized somebody was a Christian, I would treat them differently. You know, because I had a brotherhood or camaraderie I felt with them. And so, but what I thought about that was, is like, okay, so this is how kind of the premise, because, you know, you are better. They are better than everybody else. So you're supposed to treat them better than other people. So these other people, you don't know if they're Muslim or not or whatever, but you feel like because they're Muslim or they're Christian, you should treat them better than you treat other people. And this is what I realized that I was doing. And I know I was doing this for years. I would treat them different. I would treat them better than I would treat other people because I felt like they were better people. But then I got to thinking about that, and I was like, okay, wait a minute. So, but I do know Muslims that aren't very good people. I know Christians that aren't good people too. So that ain't fair for me to treat one person different from the other because he's Muslim or Christian, and for me to feel like they're better than everybody else because we just kind of bonded over this Ramadan thing. You know, he's my brother, but so is the guy who's not a Muslim. He's my brother too.
But
the guy who's a Christian is my brother. The atheist is my brother. The LGBTQ guy, he's my brother too.
I get it. I'm just saying, but I mean, well, I don't know, because I'm going through some similar things, but you know, it's not like I treated any of them any worse. It's just that, like, you know, yeah, I am aware of, you know, the different things that the Muslim goes through that the Christian might not be suffering with, even though they have the same laws, you know, but the Muslim actually is a little more stricter on themselves when it comes to those laws. I mean, you know, the Muslim is not going to eat the pork that the Christian is not supposed to eat either. But however, when they come through, when I was a cook, you know, I used to work for this hotel as a breakfast cook, and the guy, like, I mean, just the fact that if I cook pork on the same griddle, the same, you know, eye that I cook all this other stuff, he wouldn't have eaten anything. So, you know, I said, well, look, I'm just let you know, I don't cook everything on this one thing. I cook the bacon separate on a pan. I you know, put it in the oven, cooked it off. Then I did my potatoes and you know, pancakes and stuff like that on a certain griddle. So I never had. So I mean, I would reassure them that there's no cross contamination of these things, because I mean, I'm, you know, somewhat sensitive to it myself. I mean, I can't necessarily say I'm Muslim, but I don't eat pork. You know what I'm saying? So, and
Because
I know how, you know, a lot of people feel about
it. Because the word is true. Because Jews don't eat pork either, really. You know, because the word is true. You know, the word is just trying to tell you, you know, what's the better way to live. Like it's unclean. There is an argument for chickens, you know, but it's all about what things get fed. But I think that, you know, like if you knew the morphology of pigs, more about pigs, then you would understand. Like they don't like snakes. They can poison snakes don't kill pigs. Like pigs have like a thing between their toes where their fucking goo comes out of. Like there's a lot of
They
things
don't.
about pigs.
They don't have they don't have veins, so that means that they don't sweat. They don't have any way to exert toxins except for they can release a pus down at their hoofs.
And so if you know about those kind of things, then you will understand why they say it's unclean. Because it ain't nothing you can do. And then, you know, my teacher taught me this. One of my professors, she said, pigs are a way to turn garbage into meat. She said, because they literally eat garbage. And it's true. So, I mean, go ahead. I eat ribs every now and then. I ain't gonna lie. But just know that you eating an animal that's a nasty ass animal.
Yeah, I don't. If it's not beef ribs, and I hadn't even really eaten beef ribs in a long time, but I don't eat any kind of pork. Period.
Yeah.
But under no circumstance.
I grew up that way. I don't know if I explained this to y'all before, but I grew up not eating pork my whole life. You couldn't bring pork into our house. And also I knew a lot about the labels because we were serious. I was serious about not eating pork. That's how I learned a lot about reading package labels because they hide it in all kinds of ingredients. I'm not going to go down the list. I'm not, because it's going to drive y'all crazy for the ones that don't eat pork and trying to avoid it because it's almost impossible, especially if you eat any kind of candy. Don't get me started. But they hide the pork and everything.
Bread.
So you know, if you really want to avoid it, you have to really learn how to read the labels and know what those ingredients are, you know, what they actually are, and you can avoid the pork that way. But so that's how I was my whole life. So yeah, I didn't start eating pork until an adult. No Muslims gonna be mad at me for saying that, but it is what it is. Let me see. Let me read this for y'all, bro. This is interesting to me right here. It says, I'm gonna tell y'all why salsa music is and should be important to Black Caribbeans, Black Americans, etc. Gather around, y'all. Miss Andrews, somebody who's ever posted this. And earlier we was talking about, Doc made the comment that Black people feel like they're Americans more than Africans. You know what I'm saying? They feel like they're United States more than Africans. Like even though I have this label of African American, Black people in America don't.
I said they act more like Americans than African Americans.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. When I see them argue it, I see them speaking more as Americans than African Americans.
They're Americans, period. And that's what I said. Black people fought in the World War II, World War I, Spanish American War, Civil War, all of them. Vietnam, Black people died for their flag.
But we're supposed to be more American because we're the only group that's not from somewhere else.
I mean, come on.
We're the only group in America that's not from somewhere else. We should be more American than anybody.
And I think we naturally identify that way, even though we don't really realize it. But that's why this Caribbean stuff is important. Let me read this. It says, Black people from America and Black people from the Caribbean share the same roots. However, we're not conquered the same. Here in America, white slave owners named African slaves from playing our native instruments. So as a result, we got Negro spirituals. While it's true that Negro spirituals started almost every popular form of music today, let's not forget they came from forced religion. I'm going to read on. It says Afro-Caribeños from Cuba and Puerto Rico, however, were allowed by Spanish slave owners to preserve their culture, drums, and music. Salsa music is straight up African music. Since Cuban and Puerto Rican slaves were forced to speak Spanish, they started singing in Spanish. Salsa songs invoke European orishas, songs dedicated to Oshun, Shango, Yemaya, etc., African deities. It says, oftentimes I find it hard for Black Americans to process that the only things that separates us from Afro-Caribbeanos are the coasts we from. It's kind of chopped up. I wish more Black people who weren't Afro-Latinx would take the time to learn about the roots of salsa and how it directly relates to us. Salsa music is the preservation of African soul after being colonized and enslaved. It's so special, even if you don't speak Spanish. It says salsa wasn't called salsa until it came to New York in 1960, 1970. And even though it was Black music, it never resonated with Black Americans. Go ahead. What were you going to say? Somebody was going to say something?
Well, I was actually saying that, they're identifying with an African culture that a lot of them actually have. I mean, more of the Black people in North America were already here or came from Europe. I mean, a lot of the first settlers, the European settlers that came here were, as far as skin tone, were Black people. These were the Moors. These were people that came from Europe and Spain and all that. And we had the different Spanish speaking. I mean, one of the places, France, because I mean, if you really think about people who came, Cajuns, like that was is somebody purposely making noise while I'm talking?
That was me. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get this cereal. I was turn my mic down. Go ahead. That was me. I'm sorry, y'all. Trying to get to this dry cereal. I didn't really get to eat earlier. Just ate some sausage. Now I'm finna eat some dry cereal. Go ahead.
I'm eating too, but damn,
I had to unwrap it. It was all wrapped up.
But anyhow,
I'm sorry.
All right. Well, anyhow, the first European settlers were melanated people, and we, that's something that most people don't know. I mean, from the 1500s, like from 1492 up until like the 1600s, most of the people from Europe were swarthy, as people most books say, but that's dark colored, dark skinned people. So I'm not really sure how because the people from the Caribbeans, they make actually identify more with their African heritage, because a lot of them, that's where they came from. But I don't think they were speaking Spanish in Africa quite as much as they were from the people that came from that actually came from Europe, because I mean, Spain, I mean, of course, which a lot of the Moors that lived there spoke Spanish. The French, like this, I mean, because and then I think a lot of
but that wasn't
the early
I was gonna say that wasn't the only language they spoke. What you're saying. Yeah.
English is a made up language.
Bastard ass language.
But the whole idea is I mean, the main thing is that what people were comfortable with, because I mean, because we end up speaking more English than anything. We spoke a bunch of Spanish. I mean, like I said, I mean, through different cultures that existed in North America, was more so just who had the biggest influence. Yeah, we spoke both
And you know what I could tell y'all?
Spanish and English.
I could tell y'all something for a fact because we talked about this in our class. And you know, linguistics, we talked about before how it's a math. Like, and you can't hide what happened historically out of language. It's going to be there. So, some of the oldest languages, guess where they go back to? The Americas.
Well, I know this goes against pretty much everything most people learned in school, but America is the motherland. Like mostly everything, because a lot of the different languages were spoken all over the world. Europe is just North Africa. So really, a lot of the stuff that came up from, southern into northern Africa, all the different languages that were there, like we had already created them and was speaking them
So
different.
that's the point I wanted to make was because like what we always say before was how many Africans do you know that only speaks one language? How many Africans do you know only speak two languages? Like none.
I don't
So-
know any. The least I've heard is like maybe 3, but usually it's 5 and more.
So, but that's how it works historically, and that's how it was for those people, the Moors, those like the Native American ones, because they knew how to trade with others, so they knew their languages. Let me read Doc's comment. He says,
Hello?
What happened?
Good question.
I think he muted himself. Yeah, his mic is
Ch-
muted. I see it on the screen.
Chaka. I don't think he knows it.
Nah, he doesn't. I would send him something in the chat, but I'm driving. Chaka, your mic is mute, bro. We can't hear you. I wonder if he can even hear us. He probably muted everything up.
All his sound and everything probably went.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he realized it. Man, this is a monotonous ass interstate. Oh my God. There's nothing.
Yeah, that's why I decided not to drive a truck because I'll get off that late at night, just driving. I'll zone off. I'll stop paying attention.
Yeah. Yeah, I do that. I have to catch myself a lot of times, especially when you're driving and then you ask yourself, you're like, dude, I don't even remember the last 30 miles. Oh yeah. Or you realize you miss your fuel stop and it's like, oh crap, I gotta hopefully I can make it to the next one. I've done that several times.
You see, we used to pick up custom vans at the auction in Miami, and then we would drive them all the way through across I-10 to LA in 3 days.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we drive one, and then we tow one behind us.
Yeah.
Not a big rig or anything, but still, man, that's
Yeah.
unregulated kind of thing, though, you know?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. And then what makes it so bad too, this I had my truck for a while, so I used to be able to run the speed limit, but now that I'm company guy, I work for Lindy and they're all about safety, so their trucks are slow, 65 mile an hour, man. It just gets real. Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I got you, Pat.
Okay. Yeah, I think Chaka's having a real audio issue, so I'm gonna try my best to fill in for him. But I mean, there's a lot of misconceptions about the language. Pretty much everything that we've learned through schools, our schools in North America is totally, and even I think even in South America, because I mean, but for whatever reason, there's things that their perception of the world is a little off as well. But languages were created mostly by us, and we pass it off and give some people more credit than they actually deserve, because I mean, anytime you talk about Europe, in most cases we first identify that as white people, because that's what we I guess mainly because of the times we're in now. They're relating these times with past times. So like, if you really look at the history, a lot of people who created those languages, the reasons why even the Caucasians, because I mean really it's no white people, but however, like, the Caucasians speak English, they speak Spanish, they speak Russian, they speak these different languages and somewhat dialects in between, because of the black people that were there first, then that had created those languages. But however, a lot of times we're ignorant to the fact that, of those facts, and like for us to have a conversation with each other, because they're on another side of a borderline and they're speaking Spanish, okay, we're speaking mostly English, and somehow they can believe that, we're the ones with the least amount of culture, is really kind of a false flag, because I mean, huh? Hello?
Can y'all
Yeah, I
hear me?
think. Yeah,
Yeah,
there you
There
I'm
go.
you
ready.
go. There you go.
Y'all can hear me? My mic's
Yeah.
still not working. I'm using without the mic right now. I'm gonna keep fucking with my mic. It was the last comment that Doc made is what I wanted to talk about. What was the last comment that you made, Doc? Because it cleared my screen cleared.
That Doc made?
Yeah, it was a comment he made on the comment screen. And that's what I was talking about when my mic froze out. But I can't see it now. It's not on my screen no more.
Um,
Can y'all see it?
well, it's not on stream. I don't see it on StreamYard. Okay, here we go.
Oh
You will
yeah, he
always
posted
tend
it.
to favor or treat people better when they share mutual interests or beliefs, even if they didn't earn it. is part of the bonding and pack instinct in humans. And I think that's very, very, very true. Because I mean, people that you relate with, for whatever reason, you're gonna, and I think that's just a common. It's not like it's make somebody bad. That's just like, I mean, anybody that you have a common interest in, common trait with, you know, somebody that like, let's say you like football, I like football, this other guy likes soccer. You don't really have like soccer. Y'all not probably not gonna have as deep of a conversation as you will with the guy that's talking football. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Well, conversation is one thing, but how you treat the other person is another. So that's why I felt like that's an important comment, because that's what I had to focus on in my life. I started realizing that I was treating people different, and I wanted to not do that. I wanted to treat humans as humans, so all humans get us, treated the same to a certain level. Like, of course, yeah, I'm gonna have more of a conversation maybe with somebody that I relate to with, but what I mean is like literally treating them differently because you feel like they're special or they're
listen,
better.
let me help you out.
Y'all talk about it.
Because
I'm gonna keep
no, well, you
fucking with
listen,
my mic.
because this is something that you said. It's something that you was
I can
dealing
hear
with.
y'all when
Okay.
I'm doing this. I still be able to hear y'all. But I'm gonna
All
try to
right.
keep
Well,
fucking with my mic. Go ahead.
all right. Cool. Well, just because you treat somebody different doesn't necessarily mean you're treating them worse. Because you have more of a camaraderie with someone else, that you might say like you treated them better. The question you have to ask yourself is, did you treat that other person worse because of something? Because it doesn't equate that, because, you know, when, my mom walks into a restaurant and another guy walks in the restaurant, because I didn't give that guy a hug, but I gave my mom a hug, does that mean that I'm really like treating him worse? You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, it's different and it's okay. Being different is fine. Just as long as like you're not going out of your way to treat somebody different, but you know, worse just because it wasn't your mama or it wasn't your, favorite family member. So, having that idea that you're actually treating somebody, because you're treating somebody different doesn't mean that it's necessarily a bad thing how you're treating them. And that's
Well, but my argument all the time is the slippery slope thing, because I think that once you start going down that road, because you do it subconsciously, you don't do it consciously, it just happens. But if you can consciously be aware of it, then you can have more control of it, because if you let it go, then those other people become the other. You got your tribe, and then you got the other. So everyone else is the other. So then throwing gasoline on them to come across the border because they probably got lice is not a problem.
But that's humanity, and you would be the fool to try to treat everybody like your family or your tribe, and and you don't have anything special with your tribe. Yeah, you're supposed to. That's I don't care where you are on this planet. That's going to happen, or you're just an idiot and you don't. You just have a problem with separating your feelings between people that you interact with and people that you're just associated have association with. So like when you have family and every time you see them, like I know when I see my family, I don't, most cases it's a hug, maybe a kiss on the cheek. I'm not about to do that to the dude that's or female that walks into a place of business, because that's not I'm gonna treat the person different. So I mean, I think
get that.
and I think it's fine without me feeling bad because damn, I ain't give them a hug and a kiss. Like, come on, man.
I agree with that. But what I'm trying to get the audience or whoever's listening to, just think about it. You know what I mean? Just take a second. You know what I mean? do you treat people differently, you know, and how different do you treat people that you feel are outside of your tribe, you know, and do you look at all, do you have a base level that all humans, no matter if they're sleeping in the gutter or the king and the queen or whatever the hell, I mean, I don't know what the dynamics are because I don't look at the world that way, but you know, whatever difference is, the poor person, the rich person, I don't know, the person that's religious and the one who's not, the heathen, however you look at it, is there a base level that all humans, you know, you're going to give a human respect to that person, whether you know them or not, disagree with them or don't?
I think most people do have that certain level of which they're going to treat any and everybody, and then of course there's those who, you know, go way past just the average, you know, metric, how you see the average person, and usually it's tied to your family or your tribe, which is just as normal as like you giving somebody else or a handshake or, you know, a fist bump, where others you're gonna grab them and you're gonna hold them, give them a hug or whatever. That's totally normal. And you know, I mean, I think you might have others insecurities, or you know, unless, like I said, unless you're treating the other people, because they're gonna be others. You have to have some line. You have to you know, draw the line somewhere.
Well, I ain't gonna lie.
And if you're having a hard time,
I'm gonna be honest with y'all. And you know, I've waited tables. I've been in the restaurant business for a long time, and being in the restaurant business for a long time makes you pretty much hate people, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I have a hate for people, and it's not racial at all. Like that dude said in the thing, he said, "I ain't racist. I hate everybody." and you know, that's how it kind of falls. And that's a real truth, you know. But what I'm saying is, once I realized how like I treated people different, like I was aware of it, that's when I was like, okay, Chaka, you need to reevaluate yourself. Like, what is it? You know what I mean? You feel like this person is religious, you feel like they're closer to God, so you're supposed to treat them better, you know? Or you feel like, you know, because you relate with that person, you're supposed to treat them better. Like, you know, that there's something wrong with that. You know what I mean? And I think that that's what leads into everything when we get into fascism and nationalism. It starts there. You know what I'm saying? It's innocent now. It's really not a thing. But that's where it starts. That's what I was thinking. And that's how I was thinking about it. So I was like, okay, so then I have to find my balance. You know what I mean? I have to make sure that I'm not on the wrong side of tilting the scale in the wrong direction. If you get what I mean. So like, I don't have to like you, but I'm going to give you the respect that all humans deserve to get.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. I think we're right on the same conversation, but I guess, like I said, my biggest question is, are you treating, you know, someone worse than the base level of interaction with the average person? Because I'm throwing in, you know, it's a little extreme for me to throw in there, you know, my family, because I mean, that's obvious. I'm gonna, you know, be totally excited.
That's different. Yeah, that's different.
So, but when you're meeting two people that's of the same value to you, and are you treating one person worse than you treat like this other one? Because I mean, instead of looking at, okay, you treated one person better, because you can't really correlate, because I mean, the question is coming in, are you treating someone worse? Because I mean, as long as you have a somewhat of a base interaction with the average person,
but
as long as you're not treating that one, you know, one or the other worse than that base line, because even if you treat one a little bit better, that you might have had feel a little more camaraderie with, because of how you identify, whether it's because of your Muslim connection, whether it was because of music, because it was whatever it was, as long as you're not treating them like they're shit.
Yeah, but I think it happens subconsciously. That's why it's a thing that you have to consciously think about, because I think subconsciously you're going to automatically treat that other person worse. You may feel like you're not. You may consciously feel like you're not. You may not be aware of it at all. But if you can consciously try to imagine that, like a person that's homeless and they smell, you know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? It bothers you, they repulse you or whatever. But
I'm gonna treat him the same way I'm gonna treat the other person that comes in there stinking.
I'm saying, do you give that man his human respect that you give to any other human that you would come across?
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm just gonna be honest. I'm not gonna be quite as welcoming to somebody who smell like sewage 2.0, and against somebody who smell like maybe some Tom Ford, one of Tom Ford's greatest colognes. I'm just telling you.
You're elitist. You're an elitist Obama liberal.
Shit, bro, I ain't finna hug my own child if he or she smell like shit. So
yeah, but look, your kid had a bad day. He was out there.
All right, they had a bad day, and they need to realize they still having it. Damn it.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean that's different. I think any parent would be compelled, if your child just shit himself or herself, you're gonna be like, try to hug him. You may be like, you still shitty, but come on, we need to go handle this. But I mean, you're not finna just go I greet him and be respectful to him, or he or she that's homeless, but just to, let me hug this person, and knowing that no, bro, I wouldn't even, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
What
If
about
I'm
a
wrong,
handshake?
I'm wrong. I need to talk with God about that.
Yeah, what about a handshake? You know what I'm saying? What about some kind of like
I don't like to
physical-
shake hands anyway, because I don't like to shake people's hands. You got too many motherfuckers that go take a shit and don't wash their hands, or touch their wee wee and don't wash their hands. So I'll give you a fist pump.
I say, bro, sometimes I don't even want, I won't even do that. Like, I give you a strong head nod. What up, nigga? And
What about sitting down and having a conversation with them?
No, I don't mind. I will talk with them, and I will try to, find a way without being too rude to let
Hey,
them
Pat,
know.
let me say this here, Pat. This dude just don't know the industry that we in. You have these motherfucking truck drivers that walk up on you knowing they smell like fucking bumfuck, whatever. Knowing they smell like pure ass, and they'll get right up on you and want to hold a conversation knowing they stinking. You just kind of used to I kind of politely take 1 or 2 steps back, because I don't like nobody that close to me anyway, but still, I hold a conversation with them. Like,
I
but
mean,
damn,
before they had that 6 feet of separation thing, like I always kind of did that anyway. I mean, of course, if maybe I would shorten the distance if I had felt some relation, like a closeness to a person.
But for the most part, give me 50 feet.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, because I mean, honestly, I think I have trust issues. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just never know. Like, I mean, you don't know somebody till you know them, or you never know them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I live with that. So, I mean, it's just kind of, especially out here on the road. I mean, I come across so many different people, every day. Just in even in a short period of time at the truck stop, there's probably 100 people in that truck stop in one given moment. Like within a 10-minute window, there's always like 100 people. In most cases, there's at least between 50 and 100 people at each truck stop all day long. So anytime I make a stop, that 100 people, there's 100 people that's circulating in and out as I'm going in, I'm coming out. Like, yeah, so I mean, we have these interactions. We speak to some speak, some of them don't. Some of, what I'm saying? So it's like, am I supposed to try to show more, love to a person who just who's you could tell is going out of their way to not have eye contact with you? They don't even want to do the head nod with you. Like they saw you coming when you was 50 feet away, and now you freaking 10 to 15 feet away from you, and they're purposely not turning in your direction because they know
I would
you're
say
there.
they probably the main person that need a hug. But I'm not recommending people do that. People are not in right mental health. You could probably get stabbed or something just by trying to freaking help somebody. Let me read Doc's comment. He says, first thing my son has to do when he comes to visit is take a shower or he can't hang out. And then he says, conversation, sure, on a well-ventilated patio with a strong breeze and you downwind.
Hell
And he
yeah.
said,
Yeah, Doc. Come on, what's the rest? I know he got more.
yeah, there's another one. He says, I've used public transport in Houston for over 25 years. I've had plenty of those conversations where you don't talk, so you don't open your mouth and taste it in the air. And I feel you, Doc. I feel you.
But I mean, the same argument I've been having is like it's natural, and for you to really anything otherwise, like you're going against nature, and that means you're going against God. I mean, you're gonna have
I disagree. I disagree with that part of what you're saying, because that's what I was about to go.
It's natural. It's natural for you to, because I mean, because see now, like I said from the beginning, if you're treating somebody worse than the base, like what you would do with your average person, because there's a difference in treating somebody worse than treating somebody better. And as long as you kind of on that one line, you have a base level. If you treat somebody below your base level, yeah, you need to check yourself. But if you're treating somebody better than your baseline, that's gonna happen. Like, there's nothing really to check there. Like,
but what I'm saying is we're gonna do that subconsciously without even thinking about it. We're gonna treat them below the baseline because we already have this idea. So, but that's why we have to push against it, and that's what my point is. I mean, it's tough. It's tough. I give a damn about hygiene.
I don't know.
I don't fuck with.
I don't know that I treat people below, because I genuinely treat people really fair, because I care. I genuinely care about people. You know what I'm saying?
And
I'm not
need
gonna
to check himself because he hates people.
Yeah, I'm not gonna just treat somebody bad because they smell or this or that. Like I just that's not me. That's not me as an individual. You know what I'm saying? And that's I genuinely always treat someone fair.
Same here.
Even the person that when I'm walking up to the door at a truck stop, and we see it a lot out here. You know what I'm saying? Walking up to the door at a truck stop, and hold the door. They walk in, don't say thank you, don't say they try to look away from you if you give them a nod. Even them kind of people, I still speak like, hey man, what's up, bro? Hey, what's up? I keep on pushing. Like, you and who you are is not gonna change me from who I am. I'm not gonna go out my way, but if I'm passing by you and I'm clearly looking at you, hey man, what's up? And keep on going.
But look,
Chaka needs some reform. Chaka needs some reform in his life. Me and Deuce, we're gonna have some strategy conversations with Chaka, because
what do they call it? Innovation. We need
we gotta have some.
Intervention.
Yeah, we gotta have some intervention with Chaka because he's scaring me at times with the way that he speaks, and I
These are
think
my-
I think it could bleed out into the community, and we don't need that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, look, I'm advocating going and hugging a smelly homeless person.
Okay, well,
So
let me ask you this
You're
here.
saying
Let
we
me
don't
ask you
need
this
that?
here. Let me ask you this here. I've had people say the same thing that you're saying, but I've heard people say the same thing that you saying, but
just
then
wishful
turn around and tell me when my wife had our first child and she was dealing with a C-section, had staples in her stomach holding her shit together. When she had to go BM, when she had to go use the restroom, I had to be there with the squirt bottle, pat drying, wiping down, making sure she clean. Motherfucker tell me, man, I don't know how you did that. How's your stomach so strong? So you mean to tell me you rather hug a homeless person over helping your wife that has a
No,
fucking
that's
open
not what I'm saying
C-section?
at all. No, that's absolutely different. We said family is different. We're not talking about family at all in this conversation. Of course, family is family. But no,
I say
I'm
this
talking
here, bro.
about
I can
everybody
handle it.
else.
What you saying, I don't have. Yeah, I could treat somebody like that, bro. Like I've done it. I've worked with the homeless. I used to work like beyond staying there. I went back with a ministry and worked under the Piers Elevated when I was in high school. Went out there, handed out blankets. We served soup. I shook their hands. I'm not gonna lie. I was nervous as fuck. I couldn't touch or anything. I was like, I need to wash my hands. I need to wash my hands. I need to wash my hands. But I was forced to do that. Me in my adult life, I'm gonna give you a fist pump, or I'll be like, oh man, nah, I'm good. Like literally. But I don't have this area where I'm gonna treat. So for me to treat you below subpar, below my level, you have to have pissed me off. Once I'm pissed off, it's like, man, fuck you until I'm cool, and then we can have a
But
conversation.
look at my
You know what I'm
point.
saying?
Y'all try to check my point. Not wanting to give him a handshake and not wanting to give him a hug, a fist point is good enough. Head nod is
That's
good
for my
enough.
safety. But let's say, okay, check this out, right? Let's say you walking around, you at school, whatever, right? Homeless people there, homeless person there. You walk up, you get this guy a handshake, you get busy. Next class let out, you go grab a bite to eat. You fucked around and didn't wash your hands, and you touching all over your sandwich. Like to me, that's a safety thing, bro. It's not about being unhumane or inhumane to somebody. It's just me protecting myself. We touch enough shit within a day. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not shaking everybody's hand, bro. Like getting feces on your hand and somebody that wipe their ass and don't take a shit and you shake their hand, that can make you really fucking sick. And I don't trust people like that. I see it every day on a day, and I'm not talking about homeless because most homeless people are genuinely pretty clean people. They try to present themselves decent. You know what I'm saying? But I've seen so many times motherfuckers, working class people, everyday people that walk right out the stall from taking the shit, then blew the bathroom up and walk right out that motherfucker and go grab the door handle and grab a Coke out. Like nah, bro. I'm not into the shaking hands. Hey, like I say, if I'm wrong, me and God gonna have a talk about it. Like, can't do it, dog. I can't shake no any and everybody hand. You know what I'm saying? And then I got, I'm a little shell shocked from growing up as a kid because you remember how your parents used to tell you, come here real quick, and they slap the shit out you for something you forgot you done. So I'm a little shell. I think everybody trying to do that shit. Motherfucker may slap the shit out of me. Like, I moved back.
Wait, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Damn, my mic is going crazy again. But you can wash your hands, bro. You can wash your clothes. You can go take a shower. Now, look, Deuce, I completely sympathize with you. And I completely agree with you. Hygiene is a big deal with me. And like somebody I'm dating, that's one of those things that'll kill it real quick. And as far as friends or somebody you hang out with, I'm not hanging out with you if you have hygiene issues. You know, you don't like to brush your teeth and shit, bro. We're not spending no time together. But what I'm saying is, you know, can we treat everybody the same as far as like, can we do this mental exercise where we, you know, go give a hug to a homeless person knowing that they smell bad, and even though it's gonna get on your clothes, you're not gonna die. You can go wash your hands, bro. You can go wash your clothes. But that might mean everything to that person.
I hear you. I get you.
I mean, I'm gonna treat people fair, but I can't help the fact that those people that I treat slightly better than fair, as you know, account against me. But if I treat somebody slightly unfair, yeah, I will check myself. So other than that, I'm just gonna do me.
Let me move on a bit. This is what I was reading when I got off track, but this is the rest of that thing. The lady says the tactic of enslavers divide and conquer to make black folks think we're different from each other because we speak different languages. Salsa wasn't called salsa until it came to New York in 1960 to 1970, and even though it was black music, it never resonated with black Americans. I don't know if that's true, which I find ironic. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I love salsa. I bought some salsa today and ate it with some tortillas, and it's delicious.
Bros.
I love salsa too. I got some avocado cream salsa that I pour on my breakfast tacos every morning. I make out my fridge.
You stole Doc. You probably stole Doc's fucking joke, bro. That sounded like a Doc joke, bro. It hit sideways too. You needed the drum behind it, or however it
Damn. Pat probably like, matter of fact, right now, salsa right now.
Yeah, well, I had some earlier. I ain't lying. It was delicious. But not
seriously.
But instead of the drum, play that trumpet. You know.
I think black people naturally like salsa. You can't help it. It's the rhythm of it.
Hey, but you know what? Me being growing up in Louisiana, like shit. Oh hell, in freaking Texas, you go to a little, end up at a little Spanish club. When the music come on, like I might not have it all the way down, but I love the vibe. You know what I'm saying?
And I'm telling you, that two-step is just like the damn Zydeco. I think it's the same shit, bruh. I was looking at that shit and thinking about it for a long time. The damn Zydeco and I don't know if it's salsa or if it's merengue. I don't know which one it is. It's like the same damn two-step. One of them got a little extra twist in it, and that's about it. And even the way the beats go in the fucking Zydeco, the beat is just like that salsa beat. You just can't. If you listen to it, you'll hear it.
Say, but that shit is almost like the electric slide on steroids. You know what I'm saying? You got the step here. Because I mean they do way more with it than just a little.
It's got more flair. It's got a little more flair. But it's the same step. It's the same step with some more flair on it.
Yep.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Seeing Mexican chicks and African chicks dance, it's just they make everything look extra fucking sexy. I don't know.
What about American chicks?
Yeah.
American chicks do too, bro. I'm not I'm just saying, from what I have seen, that shit look like you see an African chick dancing.
Because all American
the way that they move their body, bro.
Yeah, all American chicks are not just twerking. I mean, like There is
No, I
actual
know that.
culture. There is
Yeah, I know
some
that.
real
But
culture.
And that's what I'm trying to get to right here too, because the connection with the Caribbean. Let me read a little bit more. I don't know where this is going, but I want to read it. It says, which I find ironic because salsa music and jazz music come from exactly the same roots. Jazz started in New Orleans, which was ironically the only place in America where native African drums weren't banned for black people. Salsa is more African than all black American musical forms, yet black people in America don't look at the musicians or the music as black. Why? I don't know if
They don't look at the music as black. Well, I mean, that's because I mean we transcend all colors. I mean, regardless, like it's you cannot forget the roots of any of that music. I mean, if you do, I mean that's just I mean, look, I feel for you. That's on you. So I mean, really it's not something that should have a discussion when everybody knows where it or the origin of it is. Like I mean, it's just pointless. So I mean, regardless of and I'm gonna tell you, like, I mean, in Louisiana, like, say, bro, we're such a melting pot. Like, just having that discussion is really stupid. You know what I'm saying? For most of us, yeah, there is some racism, but I mean, no, that's just ignorance. It's not. That's just okay. That's just dumb motherfucker. All right, you know what? Let them get lost in the crowd. Matter of fact, elbow them or whatever, so we can get them the hell up out of here, and we go back to enjoying ourselves. But I don't know. I don't think it's really much to speak about when everybody knows, the origin of pretty much every music, and it doesn't matter the continent. We know that it originated with us. I don't necessarily see the borderlines because I mean, shit, Africa was connected to America at one point. So, how do we say where we shut off, our connection with them? The same with South America, even Europe, Mexico, like I don't know. It's like a lot of this stuff. Yeah, just because of their culture but we have dances that was similar to their salsa, but we probably call it something else or whatever. I mean, I don't know. Somebody done went to sleep again or breathing hard in the microphone. Is it just me here again?
Nah.
I'm here, Pat.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, bro.
That time it wasn't my mic. They just straight kicked me off the damn internet, bro. Is it something I was saying? What was the last thing I was saying that y'all heard?
I don't know. I was talking about the dancing and
Yeah, that time they just straight kicked me off the internet, kicked me out, like booted me for no reason. I don't know, whatever, man. I done lost my train of thought, completely lost it. My point was the Caribbean is all connected, and that I was just reading that post on Instagram. That's all I was reading, and they was talking about how salsa music, Latin music, Carlos Santana. I think that was the last thing I remember talking about. Did y'all hear me talking about Carlos? The quote from Carlos Santana?
no.
Y'all didn't make it that far. Damn it.
Well, and honestly, I think naturally we all, like, because I guess I see it more from them and the separation that they have with us. And, potentially they see it in reverse, the same, where, we're separating ourselves from them. But there's no way that we can really, have that true disconnect other than just our ignorance, because all of it, like we've inspired each other regardless of the invisible borders. Our one thing that's usually is universal is music. I mean, besides math, but freaking music has always kind of people from freaking Uganda has a dance that's similar to the salsa. You know, North America has some kind of dance that Asians are trying to do. You know what I'm saying? Like it all comes together at some point.
Yeah. But mainly, I wanted to make the connections between the Americans and the Caribbean and how we tend to separate ourselves. And it's dumb as hell because it's really the same people.
I mean, do we really?
I think we do. Jamaican, Haitian, Dominican. Like I was saying, as you come into the United States, a Haitian doesn't get treated the same as a Dominican. They're from the
I
same
know black
island.
man. I know black. I know black.
I'm not talking about let's leave out their image of themselves. I'm talking about how they get accepted into the United States system.
Well, we can't have a one-sided conversation. I mean, because I don't think we really separate ourselves. Like we're the ones. At least I recognize where we're the ones that remind and I've met some guys that's like from Haiti or like even like some of the Caribbean. Like I hadn't really noticed it that much because I mean I think when you meet a genuine good person, you try to find your connection, while you're in the moment. I can't I never really see where somebody's like, oh no, I don't really talk to you. I don't fool with you because you're not one of me. You're not, a North American. Like or you know what I'm saying? Like I never really have those type of interactions where, I'm treating somebody that way or they're treating me that way. So I actually feel sorry for the people who that deal with that because where I go, I genuinely get love from everybody.
But what I'm saying is this happens on a subconscious level, and if you don't consciously think about it, then you're doing it because you have to consciously think about it to not do it.
Well, see, that's the thing. I'm not thinking about it, and I'm having great interactions with people. I mean, that's just a natural thing for me. Yeah, the person who's having those, those bad experiences, yeah, they really, yeah, they should check themselves and see what are they doing wrong for people to not accept you, to treat you the way that they're treating you. You might, want to start with self, to see, if you're doing something that, makes them want to separate themselves from you. But in most cases, I find people that's really trying to connect with me. They find some kind of value of my essence, my presence. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. That's a tough conversation for me.
Yeah, because that's my point. My point is, I think that it's kind of like when we talk about whiteness, right? And we talk about white supremacy. We talk about the systems of white supremacy. We're not talking about Doc being a white guy and, he don't have the power to dissemble, to control this system. But one of the ways these kind of systems work is they work like invisibly. You know what I'm saying? They it's hard to see it. It's hard to like monetize it. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to like count it. It's qualitative. It's hard to get a quantitative view. It's almost impossible. So therefore, that's where its power is. And when it works on your subconscious, when you're subconsciously a white supremacist, that's what gives the white supremacy its power. That's how it works. All of these subconsciously white supremacist people walking around who think they're not white supremacists, but they are. because they're upholding this system of white supremacy. Are y'all hearing me? Am I putting you to sleep?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Like, I mean, I was giving other people a chance to speak if they wanted to, but I don't necessarily, of course, I noticed in times where, people who might be, you could potentially read them out to be like a white supremacist, but I don't care enough about them to, really give them that time of day. And they're obviously not really, trying to interact with me, so it's no big deal. So I mean,
So what about this? White supremacists, like an outward Nazi, handshake and a hug, drink a beer with him.
I mean, probably not, because if we're not having that kind of connection, I mean,
I think if they're a true Nazi, I don't think he would even allow himself to get that close to you to even consider having a beer.
and if we're
with
close
you.
enough, and for me to really find out that he's a racist, and he's making some kind of derogatory comments toward me, I mean, as long as we're not in the,
Y'all
you
looking
know,
at world in kids' naive terms of black and white, brother, bro. Your boss, your friend, somebody you know is probably a fucking Nazi. But look, it's more
Yeah, but
complex.
I
that
doubt it.
could be true. I mean,
No.
they could be. I mean, I get where you coming from in that perspective, but if that person is not showing you that shit, then how do you know?
Well, but see,
Feel
but
me?
that, but
Like,
but that's the thing that I think he's missing, is that yes, I have to give it a childish approach, because for one, it is fucking childish, and number two is I don't
That's fair.
have that type of interaction to really give you anything up to date, because I get respect. You know what I'm saying? Like, I do business with people, like my partners, if you want to say, that I deal with in trucking, have much respect for me. Like, they love me. If I'm upset, they're gonna call me and be like, hey, you know, let's talk about it, or blah 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard for me to really have this conversation, because, even though I know these things exist based on, encounters that I either seen with someone else, or, been with, like, I've either seen on TV or whatever, like all the different things, news, whatever. I know it exists, but for whatever reason, I haven't felt it personally on me that way, like, actual real life. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I wish motherfucker would, and I think sometimes, I mean, with me having that kind of mindset, I think pushes it away. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really don't give a shit about, like, it'll be best that type of spirit doesn't come around me. But
I
Define
think
Nazi.
the thing for me,
If you got a swastika tattooed on your neck or something, you're a Nazi.
well, Ashkenazi has Nazi in it, so I don't know. Maybe those are the people. I don't know.
And that's a good question when Duck asks define Nazi, because I think there is a lot of confusion there. So, but some guy who freaking, like, he goes to meetings with others that feel radically about certain subjects, and
Man, they love us. So, but those same people, they love us, man. Like, I mean, they love us so much they don't know how to balance the love and the hate. Like, it's like
They go to
they,
meetings and talk about us.
you know what I'm saying? Like, how do we stop these people? Like, I mean, to me, like the use of the word supremacist, like, no, that's inferiority. When you have to worry about and find design ways to slow people from growth, that's an inferiority complex. Like anybody that has that, I don't think all white people or Caucasians have that mindset, but the ones who do, like, that's an inferiority complex, not a superiority. Like the only reason why they have real gains is because they've done all kind of shit that we pretty much allowed, through laws or how, them, you know, practicing this kind of power over people. But that's inferiority, not superiority.
You're gonna piss everybody off, Pat.
I mean, that's my job.
Let me read this right quick. It says Ron DeSantis says if Stacey Abrams wins election, it will create a Florida-Georgia Cold War. What the fuck does that mean?
Man, I have no idea. Read that one more time, because like that shit, I wasn't.
Hold on. I'm gonna go to the article. 1 second. Let me go to the article. I think it's Fox News reported this. Let me pull it up. 1 second. It's just random as hell, but
It's funny how they try to analogize certain shit, but okay.
hold on. The fucking ad just came on. Can I make this stop? I don't want to watch no video. Wait, maybe it is a good video. Oh shit, it's got sound and shit in it. Hold on. I'm gonna read it. Let me see. Oh, it's already sharing. Okay, good. Let me see. I should be able to read this. The title is Ron DeSantis says if Stacey Abrams wins election, it will create a Florida-Georgia Cold War. Because she's running again, and they pissed her off. Like one thing I like about Stacey Abrams, like she really just looking out for Stacey Abrams. I ain't gonna lie, but one thing I like about her is that like she's one of those kind of people that's like, okay, like you get me, I'm gonna get you good. Like I'm gonna find my way to get back at you. Like, and I can't help but to sympathize with those type of with that energy. and she stuck it to them, bruh. And not only to the Democratic Party too, because if you know Insider, she withheld a lot of her shit. She ain't sharing it with the Democratic Party. She got that shit in her fucking palm, bro. Like, you remember they were talking about Bernie Sanders and talking about he should release his email list and all of that shit. Like, Stacey Abrams ain't releasing her email list. She got that shit in her pocket. Let me see. It says Florida Governor Ron DeSantis on Friday said that if Stacey Abrams wins Georgia gubernatorial election this fall, it will cause a cold war between the two states. If Stacey Abrams is elected governor of Georgia, I just want to be honest, that will be a cold war between Florida and Georgia. DeSantis said at a press conference about infrastructure, according to The Hill. I can't have Castro to my south and Abrams to my north. That will be a disaster, he continued, referencing Cuba. So I hope you guys take care of that and we'll end up in good shape. Damn, that's pretty heavy rhetoric.
Man,
that means they're scared.
They who?
The Republicans are afraid that she's gonna take Georgia.
Well, I think that they're basing that on old data, because there's a lot of people since the whole Trump scare, and for them to just be run with it. Like a lot of people see that the Democrats are not doing anything for Americans. Like, and when it is, it's like some kind of tokenism, like it's a BS. But
But you're looking at it from a national stage. You have to. These politics is intricate, and when it comes to like this is a state race, so then you
I
have
hear
to
you.
think. Yeah, you can't think about the nation and how the nation looks.
But
You have
this,
to think
but
about
DeSantis is
Georgia.
Florida. Yeah, but
Yeah,
DeSantis is Florida. I
he's
mean,
Florida.
yeah,
But that's in the same little region, though. So the
I
people of
know.
Florida aren't very much different than the people of Georgia. You know what I mean? We always have to remember that these states are arbitrary. The cultural regions always cross the borders, always. And the people of Southern Florida are not like the people in Northern Florida at all. The people in Northern Florida are more like people in Georgia.
You open back here?
Anybody
Yeah.
out there know what I'm talking about?
No, I hear you. Like, dude, I traveled the entire country, so I mean, I know the differences. I've been through every part of Florida, every part of Georgia, and I'm gonna tell you, like, I mean, Florida somewhat is a swing state, so it just really kind of
Absolutely.
depends on real politics on how they vote. A lot of, you know, Georgia. I mean, I think it's primarily somewhat a red state, but based on how things are going, if people are not, going through this whole fear campaign, they're actually looking at
You
the
too, thank you.
politics for what it really is. Like the Democrats, like they had fuel that they ran with, that is not going, not probably not going to be a part of the conversation this time. So I think the Republicans probably have a much higher chance of winning in those areas because, like I said, you're not you're not on that fear tactic of, oh, we got to get rid of Trump. It's just, I don't know, man. Like, I think it's a toss up, but that whole Cold War idea is a bunch of bullshit because, I mean, regardless if it's you know Republican or Democrat, if you're not doing what's right for the people, I mean, I mean, that's something they're choosing. Did we lose Chaka again? I know he got something to say.
Yeah, it look like. Sounds like it. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Now we can.
Oh shit, boy. Damn, bro. I be watching Osei Frimpong and he be saying he nice to get equipment that works, and that's how I feel right now. Yeah. I need to upgrade my equipment.
I mean, because the mic is fairly new, bro.
But I was watching the YouTubers, like Doc was saying, he did his studying already. He's trying to work on trying to do this. And now I see all the damn videos tell me don't get a USB mic, and that's what I have. This USB mic keeps kicking me out. They said don't get a USB mic, but I already bought one. What the fuck? It's too late.
Yeah.
So I have to plug the mic in directly. It would be better if it was if it didn't have a plug. But I thought the plug would be better. I mean, hey, I'm new to this. I'm learning. I'm gonna keep on upgrading the equipment though, for sure. I want to have a set. I'd be looking at shows and I'd be seeing them with their sets. And that's really what I want. I want a set.
Yeah, me too.
It would be nice to have like a couch. And if I want to have people to come over and interview them and have it's already ready. They could just come sit on a couch or there's a chair or whatever the hell. It's all set up and ready. Cameras in the right spots and everything. Lighting in, everything ready.
So you just turn on the camera and get it going. I feel like I'm losing the audience. We're over 3 hours. Doc, you haven't said nothing in a while. We start talking about that black and white stuff. We love you, Doc.
Yeah, man, we love you, bro.
And that's the thing that I'm really trying to focus on is like, you know, humans are humans. You know what I'm saying? Their hue or skin tone, or even if they was born below the border, it shouldn't make a difference. Shouldn't matter. They should all have a basic level of humanity that they get treated. Even if they're homeless and they smell bad, they still should get a basic level of treatment that a human should receive. Even if they're LGBTQ, even if they're anarchists, even if they're a Nazi.
Nah, I think you're going too far now.
That's how the Russians feel.
The Russians don't. They don't want the Nazis to have nothing over there.
That's what I'm saying. The Russians treat the Nazis like Germany treats the Jews. Treated the Jews.
And we should, dude.
But there goes my argument. Slippery slope. Slippery slope. Whoever's politically in charge decides on who's the bad guy. One day they might just convince you that your brother and sister is the boogeyman, and now they're persecuting them that way. No, Nazism is a problem. That philosophy is a problem. No lie. And I don't know how you deal with it. But what I'm saying is, you know, they talk about the Holocaust and they say never again, but then they say, okay, well, we could do it to Nazis though. Wait a minute. I thought you said never again. With an exception, that's the exclamation mark. That's the asterisk. Do y'all feel me? What other asterisks could they throw in there?
Well, I mean, it's kind of hard for me to have sympathy for some people because, you know, they don't have sympathy for me or my past, my heritage, or things, the way that people transgress against me and my people. So I mean, when you're a blatant group of people that definitely you want to let me know how much you hate me, then I can share the sentiment.
Well, what about Alex?
My understanding of Nazis, somebody like Doc who's on here, who's participating, who's very informative, who's about pushing the truth out there, because he's on with us, they would hate him. So it's like, come on. These people are not bringing humans together. They're about conquering, divide and conquer.
Right. They would hang him right next to us.
Yeah, so it's like, you saying show sympathy for them motherfuckers? Man, them motherfuckers need to be gone.
But again, that's
lights out, motherfucker.
That's
how I feel.
That's why I say
that we right on that one.
That's where I say slippery slope, because you might get
But what about them? Because I mean, you talk about them and how they act, and it's not like like it's. I mean, and I know that your position.
Well, let me ask you: do you think a Nazi can be rehabilitated?
Nope.
Probably not. I mean, most races are set in their ways and their thought processes, and regardless, I mean, even with a great effort, a lot of times that shit is still gonna be embedded.
That's the same thing they said about the Jews.
Which ones?
The Jews that were persecuted by Germans during the Holocaust.
The Jewish people, okay. You know what? I'm gonna stop. I'm being messy.
Yeah, don't piss him off, bro. Let's just keep this on. Let's keep this friendly. Let's keep this friendly, bro. Because you know them some powerful ass motherfuckers, anyways, bro. Come show up at each one of our house. We need to stop.
I heard somewhere that I don't know how real this is, but as far as there's some new police force, a federal police force that's supposed to be going into churches and arresting the top level people of the churches. Maybe even like taking pastors, ministers, and stuff right off of the podium while church in the middle of church.
For doing what?
Preaching the gospel.
Preaching the gospel is against the law now?
Hey, I just told you it was like this is something I heard. I don't know how real that is. I mean, you know, I think that the church has done a disservice to a lot of communities. At least one for sure that maybe there's just some kind of crime on what they've been doing. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know, but it's supposed to be a lot of stuff that's gonna be changing.
I think the reset is happening, and they're pushing against it. They want the new world order, but they want to control the reset. They want the reset to happen in their favor.
Well, of course. But I mean, either way, I mean, you know, I think like we all have a job to do. A lot of people have been slacking on that political side of, you know, work that we could or should be doing. But you know, God still has his hands in this, because I mean karma is gonna play out on everybody. So if you're on the wrong side of justice, if you know, if you're not balancing your yin and your yang, shit, it's gonna affect you.
Yep. And I was talking to somebody about that recently. I say that none of us can escape it. You know what I'm saying? We all gotta pay. You're gonna have to pay one way or the other. Everybody pays. Can't escape.
Yep. You cannot escape.
The universe don't give a fuck, bruh. The universe
we're all
is gonna
on
give
a
it to
prison
you.
planet. We're all on a prison planet. There's no way out but through death. So I mean,
Let me hear this. I'm curious.
We know you can change your gene expression in 4 days. We've measured it. You're not doomed by your genes. You're your own genetic engineer that can strengthen your immune system by thought alone. That's the evidence from the scientific perspective, and people love the evidence because they start to see that's possible. You're not going to find that in a pharmaceutical commercial.
Can't barely hear it, huh? Because of the music. Why do they do that? He says, "I know you could change your expression in 4 days. We've measured it. You're not doomed by your genes. You own genetic strength. Your immune system by thought alone." In a scientific perspective, I don't know. That's like pseudoscience. Whatever. Moving on.
I don't understand nothing that was just saying.
Yeah. I'm gonna just move on.
Huh?
I'm gonna just move on because I can't. You know, it's hard to hear what he was saying. And even the captions go by really quickly, and it was just pseudoscience anyways. You know, talking like Brendan. Where is this at? The great good in returning to a landscape that had an extraordinary meaning in one's life. Where is it? I ain't gonna lie, bro. I really feel like the city is one of the biggest problems, bro. Like, that's why we go to the grocery store. That's why we pay a mortgage. That's why we pay a car note. We drive back and forth to work.
Yeah.
I don't think that's our natural fucking state. I think that everyone, all humans, would be happier in a different kind of state, a more laid back kind of state.
I mean, working a job really is kind of low level.
I think like those villages that we want to act like bothers us, that we see these people in. I think deep down inside we yearn to be one of those people. And we imagine what it would be like to be one of those people living in those villages.
But I mean, those are the same people that was considered savage.
Yeah. They sold us that. That's what they sold us. And we believed it. I was reading in one of my one of my class books. They was talking about when they was comparing comparing like the way the settlers lived and versus the Native Americans, and they was like, you know, they had a cool life as long as you okay with living on the edge of our starvation and constant warfare.
That's the
Like,
settlers.
this is what they said in the book about the Native Americans. They said that their lifestyle was pretty cool as long as you didn't mind living on the edge of starvation and in constant warfare. So I remember that line very clearly because it hit me, and I was like, that's fucking bullshit. And this was a college fucking book. So you mean to tell me all the Native Americans was living on the edge of starvation? Where do you get your data from?
Nope. Yeah, that's bullshit.
Nah,
I mean,
they were far from starvation.
that was propaganda.
Yeah, it pissed me off. It pissed me off. That's why I remember the line. It pissed me off.
Well, you know, to me, for a settler to say that as if the place they came from was better, why did you move here?
Exactly.
I mean, how stupid do you have to be to move somewhere? You don't know what the ins and outs are. You don't know how to live in certain regions, but then you're gonna come talk shit about people who's been there, and you know, just because like they're not hoarding every little thing they can get just so that they can show that they got a whole lot. I mean, that's just. And of course, people ate more fresh foods, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
it's just
the other side of it, of the constant warfare, wasn't true either. I mean, and you did have tribal issues, you know, but it wasn't like people lived their whole life worried that somebody, you know, they was gonna get a random arrow.
yeah, like we do a random arrow, but no, I mean, shit. We're living under like you can get a random bullet, like you don't even have to have done anything. Like there's 6, 7, 8-year-olds that get bullets. You know, they did based on, you know, some adults' actions, whether it's in the street or, you know, bullshit that we have to think about there, where shit like that would have never happened during those periods.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think people really get it. I'm all over the place today. Y'all gotta forgive me. It was and I don't want to lose y'all. That's why I was like, some of those videos I sent was kind of boring.
Maybe they do. Maybe people do get it, but maybe they just don't give a fuck, bro. They want to continue to live within their bubble. You know, they found comfort in their bubble, and that's what they want. And anytime you try to disrupt that, they want to
Yeah.
off with his head.
Well, some people just be talking without really understanding what they're really saying. You know, so I just let them talk. The more they talk, the more I learn how stupid they is.
What you can learn from them too, still.
Yeah, you learn how stupid they are.
No, you can really learn from them. You really can learn from them. You can learn perspective. You can learn like what's the motivations behind certain people's actions. Like it's dumb as hell, but understanding what the motivation is can help you predict their behavior too.
Excuse me.
Let me play a bit of this. It's 3.5 hours. I know I'm stretching y'all, but this is the last topic because I kind of want to switch it. I feel like I'm losing everybody. Maybe we're pissing everybody off with this topic. Let's switch the topic.
Nikola Tesla. Although modern scientists are just now beginning, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Nikola Tesla. Although modern scientists are just now beginning to understand this quote from Tesla, ancient civilizations around the world had known of the power of sound, frequency, and vibration for thousands of years.
Bruh, I mean, I don't want to be messy, but why the video say anyways?
In the essence of all religions and spiritual teachings, we can find how the ancients used the power of the words. This
They
power
took about thousands of years, and then they show this dude who eats kale and plays does yoga.
has been utilized in the forms of prayers
Yeah, I
for
noticed
Christians and
that, but I guess
Muslims,
that was my
mantras for
racism.
Hindus and Buddhists, and chants for the shamanic traditions. All of this shows us how words and vibrations have an immense power, which the ancients often utilized for many purposes. In this video, we'll examine not only the ancient practices, but also the scientific findings of the power of vibrations, how scientists are currently using vibrations and frequencies to alter and reprogram the DNA of living beings, and how the Tibetans used sound for levitating and transporting heavy stones.
What do y'all think about that?
Yeah, I heard. I mean, hear about I mean, because that one technology, but the frequencies, the drums, having a certain tone, beat, the actual, playing at a certain frequency.
I think that's how they
and a
built the
certain level.
pyramids.
That's what I'm about to say. Like that was a way that they said they was able to move those huge bricks was because of that
They
type of energy.
understood the vibrations, and they also understood magnetism better than us. They
Yeah.
understood they understood the magnetism better than us, and they understood frequency and vibration better than us. Because if you can match the frequency of an object, then you can make. That's how
You can manipulate it.
That's how when you have the water in a glass and you just have a glass and you lick your finger and you rub the glass and you create that sound. The right sound makes that glass vibrate. I used to do it. I understood this a bit from a teenager, well, before a teenager, because I used to annoy the shit out of the teacher. Back in the days, you had those desks with the metal bottom underneath where you're supposed to put your books. It was like a cage kind of.
like a metal rack,
And
and
the wood top, the
so I would lick my fingers and I would rub that thing, and you keep rubbing it, it'll start vibrating, and it'll make this humming noise, and it's really difficult to pinpoint where the sound is actually coming from. You know what I'm saying? So I used to fuck with the teacher by making this noise, by vibrating that tone. It would make like a noise, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, that's just a little history of me being a problem for the teacher. And I would teach other people how to do it, so they would do it too. So again, like I say, it's really difficult to tell where it's coming from. If there's two of us doing it in a class, it's impossible to tell where it's coming from.
Yeah.
We're just gonna be fucking with you all day.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah.
I would have
Of
been
course,
one of
we'll
I
also
probably would have been one of them there doing the same shit.
Yeah, so but I think that we be saying all the time that that they were smarter than us, and I think that's another example of it. And I wanted to touch on this throughout the week, so I'll probably maybe hopefully go into this some more next week. But the whole thing with the vibrations and stuff, because y'all was making fun of me about my ashtray. Hold on, let me see. Oh shit. And I just be accidentally bumping it, but it makes that little bell noise. But there is something to that. Y'all know how like Asian people usually
The
I don't know
bowls.
yeah,
The
and they walk
the
around
Tibetan bowl.
and they
Go
hit
ahead.
that little bell, and or the ones that rub the little bowl and make the vibration, and then they walk around with the incense. They have the little bell. It was this chick that I knew. She was from Louisiana and she was Asian, but she was black as hell. You know what I mean, culturally. And I was like, man, you're not Asian enough. I was like, I need an Asian chick that walks around with that bell and them incense, bro. I think I
You
offended.
racist.
I think
You
I
fucking
offended.
racist.
I ain't gonna lie. I think I offended her.
Yeah, you were being fucking racist. And he calls
tell
us
you
racist,
how to
Pat.
hmm
It's
And
like I need a.
unfair, but he the one that don't like people.
I'm like I need a real Asian, bro. You New Orleans.
See, he told her that she wasn't even a real Asian.
Got that nigga up in her.
to use this
Damn.
wisdom for self improvement so that you can live a happy, healthy, and fulfilling life. Let me share with you an interesting phenomenon you've probably heard of or experienced before. This phenomenon precisely demonstrates how powerful sound and vibrations are. When I was a kid, I remember that moving my fingers around the wine glass was strangely making a very high pitched sound, and I was really surprised by it. But what happened as I kept making that sound was that the glass suddenly broke, and that made me even more curious. What I believed to be magic back then, now I understand through science. This unusual phenomenon is called resonant frequency. Every molecule and atom in this universe is vibrating at a particular frequency. Resonance
That includes you.
frequency would be considered the specific frequency of that specific object or atom. Once you know the resonance frequency or specific frequency of an object or an atom, you can amplify its waves, making it so big that eventually it will break or destroy the
You can also bring down those waves, like the opposite of amplifying the waves. And I think that's what happens with a lot of the popular music.
object. That's what happens when we stimulate the wine glass with the frequency that matches its resonance frequency. Using the same principle, in 1938, a scientist named Dr. Royal Raymond Rife cured 16 terminally ill cancer patients. We have an exclusive video for the story and the discoveries of Dr. Royal Rife, which you can watch by clicking.
I think that's one of the things what I was mentioning before is what's missing out of our medicine is that because they was making fun of the Native Americans with their dancing and they're hitting the drums and all of this, and they got the shaman come in and he starts hitting the drum and humming and stuff, you know. Like certain smells, smells are important too. All of this stuff impacts you, so and affects your like vibrations. So that's what they're doing, and so I think that once if we can understand that more and incorporate that into our medicine, our modern medicine, I think we can heal people better and faster if because I think there is a use for pharmaceuticals. We talk about pharmaceuticals really bad on my channel, but hey, they everything is like I say, a butter knife. You can use it to spread the butter. You can stab somebody in the throat. You can use pharmaceuticals get people addicted and turn them into opiate heads and have them ODing, or you can use it to actually help and heal people. There's real useful pharmaceuticals. It a lot of times it's just fucking regular ass fucking herbs and shit that be out here any fucking ways. The grass, some shit that they use, and they make it all complicated with some old synthetic shit and words that they use. But it don't be nothing but some fucking onion and cumin and cinnamon. Y'all know what I'm talking about? But that's the problem with the pharmaceutical industry is because they just want to make money. So, but a lot of this stuff is free or cheap, and like honey, cinnamon, ginger, turmeric. I saw a video that a dude gave the recipe for some antibiotics. I don't remember how it goes right now. He gave a recipe on how you can make some antibiotics at home, grow a fungus and harvest it and use it as a basic antibiotic. So antibiotics are really cheap. And actually in other countries, they just go to the doc, like they don't have to go to the doctor. They go to the pharmacy and just go pick up that shit over the counter. We have to go to the damn doctor and get a damn script. That's just so they can make more fucking money. Play some more.
Clicking the link in the comments below. Long story short, Dr. Royal Rife designed a healing device using only electromagnetic frequencies to target and destroy any disease. This discovery should have completely changed the medical industry, but for unknown reasons, this information has been suppressed by the mainstream media and by Big Pharma. Although a massive campaign of suppression was conducted, many other scientists confirmed Rife's discovery by testing his frequency healing device. The result was the elimination of 60% of cancer cells from patients only through the power of resonant frequencies.
So, do y'all think they have a cure for cancer and they're sitting on it? And it has to do with resonant frequencies?
I think they got a cure for everything they sitting on it. Because most diseases are man-made, and before released to the public, it's mandatory that they have a antidote, a cure for it.
Right. So they can put a price tag on saving your life. Because how much are you willing to pay to save your life? How much you willing to pay for a heart or a kidney if you need one? Whatever fucking price tag they put on that shit, you gonna pay it.
Did y'all? I don't know. This may have been a sci-fi movie, but I remember watching this shit back in the day, and it was like people that had like heart problems or basically they died from like a heart attack or something, right? They had blockages or whatever. They would go in, take their heart out. Their family would have to either finance it if they didn't have the money to pay for it up front. But literally it was like a mechanical heart, and then they had this guy that was kind of like the Reaper when you missed your payments. Like literally he would just come and take the heart out and you would die. Like right there. I remember them doing this.
I saw that
like
movie.
Like
I know what
this
movie you're
kid-
talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, this man, he had a birthday party for his kid and they came there and just took the heart out. Like I'm like, bro, This is fucked up, bro.
And you can
But
see
it,
that happening. You can see that happening. Like that would make total sense, even in our society today. But see, this is why I want to make the argument and try to do the mental exercise of understanding that we should just take profit completely out of healthcare. Take the profit model completely out of healthcare. Period. You know what I'm saying? They shouldn't make money off of your health care. Your health care should be, like I say, human rights. Every human should have the right to have health care. Whether you're a bum or you're executive, a Wall Street executive, whether you're a Wall Street executive or a bum, you deserve to have health care. A proper good health care. Not some bullshit where the doctor is telling you some bullshit, where they actually look at you and try to figure out what's the problem and actually freaking do the procedures that it takes to get it done. Not hackling with the insurance companies on how much it's going to cost or what insurance companies are going to cover. None of that bullshit. All that should be, that's all, what the fuck?
Well, just make sure they designate it right and they, actually call it whatever kind of country it is, because I mean, it's definitely not a republic. The whole democracy thing, I don't even understand that. But
So what are you saying? We'll be a communist country if we have Medicare for all?
I don't think that's what they call them. They usually have a different name for it, but I mean, at least make sure you categorize it properly.
I don't think the categorization matters at all. I think people having everyone being able to go to the doctor and get checked out matters. The categorization matters nothing. That's what I be saying. So the dude that was born in the southern border, he's over here in the States. He's sick. He can't go to the doctor because he doesn't have a proper identification. He don't have a visa, doesn't have a Texas ID. Can't go to the doctor. He's still a human. He's still sick. He still need help.
I don't know that they don't treat them though. I think they do, bro.
I don't know how it works. I think if you go to the ER, they don't ask you for no ID. But after that, they're gonna start asking for ID. And then after your ass come out the hospital, before you come out the hospital, they probably gonna call the fucking ICE on your ass. And after they do whatever they do for the emergency ER stuff, then the fucking the ICE is coming to the hospital and picking you up. Probably.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really speak on that because I don't know that to be true, but but I think they like if you go through the ER, I know they will treat them, and and if you don't have the money to afford it, it's basically they have programs in place to help pay for your because I remember when I aged out of foster care and I didn't no longer have my medical insurance through the state, which was Medicaid, and I got real sick. I filled out this paperwork, and some charity basically covered my hospital bill. Like, so they have certain little things in place. I don't think they just turn them away. And to be quite honest with you, bro, like they're not gonna just deport them. Like, you know how many of them get pulled over on a daily basis, bro? Like it's not as bad as what I mean. It is bad, but I think the ones that have already made it here, the way that these liars try to portray this, like a lot of times they're not deporting them because they got pulled over by a cop or some shit like that. Now you drinking and driving, that's a different story. You feel me? But they just get pulled over for speeding or not using a turn signal or something like that and don't have proper identification or something like that. Then yeah, of course they may get wrote a ticket for not having proper identification or something like that, But yeah, I mean, they're not gonna just call ICE right there and put you in immigrate, send you up to Northeast Houston to immigration prison to send you back to Mexico. They don't do that shit.
The doc says hospitals are not allowed to call immigration on emergency cases unless a crime or death is involved. I'm saying it's like I keep saying, it's the slippery slope. Damn it, I lost my fucking point.
They're not allowed to do that.
Fascism, racism is the reason why we don't have Medicare for all in this country. Boom, bing, boom. And because they don't want certain people to have it. And they don't want to be going to the same doctor as certain people. They don't want certain people to get the same services that they get.
Yeah.
They feel like they should get better services.
So now we're dealing with race, and then we're dealing with class, because the wealthy don't want to go to Dr. Pat.
Yeah, it's mostly race. I mean, you got to think about it. It's mostly race. It's like the class.
Yeah.
I don't think matters so much because I mean, you get somebody who's racist that okay, if it's a poor white person, they're not gonna really be tripping on them the same way that or turn their nose up if they see me going to the same doctor as they go to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
I think sometimes it depends on the person. I think some people would be like the poor people, they don't want them to go to the doctor with them. And then some other people will be like, they're African? Hell no, I don't want them to go to the doctor with me. Or the Caribbean or whatever the hell. No. But I think it's different. I think you got different segments of that. You got different segments of that because you probably got Africans who feel that way. Be like, I don't want these poor people going to the same doctor with me. You know what I'm saying?
This nigga, he pulls up in a Ford Focus with boom in the back. I drive a Mercedes.
Yeah, and then look at this motherfucker. His rims don't even match. He's got different rims.
We're pissing everybody off tonight. Ain't nobody left off the.
I'm just. This is an attempt to be funny. I'm not. You know what I'm saying? Like.
I love it.
Most of my friends, like people that are like, they have a good sense of humor. So I'm not really.
I have a going joke. Me and Curtis, the only person that really gets it, but we have a going joke. Well, y'all know how y'all remember from Dave Chappelle, one of the skits from the Dave Chappelle show. It was the Haters Ball. One of the lines from that show made me laugh a lot, where he was like, "I made Big Nasty's mamas eat from dog's dish" or some shit like that. And when I heard that line, I swear to God, I was just like, fell the fuck out. The first time I saw that show, it just really just caught me off guard. But the idea of the Haters Ball, right? So the guy who's the hater of the year, right? He wins an award. He's like, I hate you, and only I hope everything bad happens to you, and only you, and nobody else but you. And then the audience is like, hate. So the idea, okay, so like me and Curtis have this joke. It's like it's the ongoing joke of the hate. Basically, the joke goes, hate supersedes everything, and everybody got hate in their heart. And if they can embrace it and actually fucking acknowledge it, you know what I'm saying, then it becomes funny. For us, it's a joke. Joke. It's like, you express the hate, and then you're like, hate. Like, let me give an example. Like your friend has a girlfriend, and and you like the girl or something, and then you like sabotage his relationship. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like hate. You know what I mean? I hate to see you happy. I hate to see you with a beautiful woman. I hate to see you thinking you're gonna get married and have kids. I hate the thought of it. Do y'all get what I'm
Dang,
saying?
dog, tell me why you sounded like Bernie Mac in that movie. What was it? Driving something about drinking juice in the hood. When he pulled them over, he was like, "I hate the keys on my piano because they black."
Yeah, exactly. Fucking the first couple seasons of the Boondocks, it got really racist after that because what's his name? The writer of the show left somewhere in season 3. But earlier in the season, even though the guy, what was his name? The guy with the big eye, and Samuel L. Jackson, I swear he was playing that character in the Django, but that's the guy from fucking the Boondocks, and with the one big eye or whatever, and he hates himself. He's a black guy, and he's like, I got Revitiligo. It's the opposite of what Michael Jackson's got. Every day I wake up, my skin just keeps getting darker and blacker and darker. You know what I'm saying? But he identifies as a white person. Like he don't identify with black people. But anyways, the joke is like it's really funny because like he represents a segment of the society. There's a whole bunch of people that's just like that. So that's what that represents. But like in the first season or two, his jokes, it sounded racist. It would sound racist outside of the community, but within the black community, they understand. But later on in the as that show got on, it was actually racist, like that dude, that particular character. But first season 1, season 2, it looks racist, but it's not really racist. It's a self-hate, is what it really is. It's not racism. Yeah. It's a self-hate. Exactly. And they portray it really perfectly in that show. And that's what I'll be saying. There's not very many good reflections of the black community on TV. The ones that reflect us how we actually really are. You know what I'm saying? And the first 2 seasons of Boondocks was good at that. And Atlanta is another show I have to mention that is really good at that, actually reflecting the black community, how we really are. Most of the shows that you see are some fantasy, like, I don't know, something that's just not really real at all. Because it was probably written by white writers and shit. They're directed by white people and shit. Like they might tried really hard, but they couldn't quite get it. Damn it. I lost my point. Comments?
Hurry up with your point. Hate.
Oh yeah, that's what I was talking about. Hey, the joke. And then it's like, okay, look, this is how you heal. You know what I'm saying? This is how you heal. Is by embracing your hate. You know what I'm saying? Actually acknowledging it. You know what I mean? Stuff that you really got a problem with. You know what I'm saying? Like, I hate that. But see, they tell you that you're not supposed to say that. You're not supposed to say I hate anything. You know what I'm saying? You're not supposed to have any hate for anything. But that's not reality, is it?
Nope.
Once you embrace it, once you realize what it is, then you can start dealing with it. Because you, like I say, diagnosis. And we look at the United States and what the problem is that we have. We got a hate problem here in the United States, bro. I can't speak for other countries. Born and raised in Houston, Texas. I say y'all. I know for a fact we got a problem with hate in this country. Okay? So we got to acknowledge that. We got to, at some point, we got to be like, bruh, you know what I'm saying? I hate the toes on your feet because they crooked. I hate the shade of your skin when it shimmers in the sunlight. I hate the way your hair stands up on top of your head. I hate the way that your nostrils flare when you get angry. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Like the intricate actual details of it. The real fucking truth.
Yeah.
You know, I hate the way you succeed. I hate your success. I hate to see you prosper. I hate to see your kids grow up and be healthy. You know what I'm saying? I just hate it.
Yeah.
I don't know how much further I'm gonna make it, man.
All right, yeah. We at right at 4 hours. It's almost 5 a.m. I'm gonna wrap it soon. You want to say peace and love? I'm gonna do some more. Might do a sermon here after you get off, so you might want to come back and check it out. that's the feeling I'm feeling right now.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody for coming out, listening to us tonight. Come back next week. I'm sure there'll be some more fuckery for us to get into. But definitely,
yeah, click
y'all
the like button.
Y'all take care of yourselves. Yep, smash the like button, subscribe, and send us some money.
Yeah.
But however, put all.
Have a good night. Get you some rest, man.
For sure, man. I get an off day tomorrow, so
yeah,
I'm gonna sleep in.
Yeah,
I might not get out of bed. Like I'm probably gonna stay in bed until 3 o'clock to this afternoon or something. Till it's time for me. I start getting hungry.
I'm gonna be editing videos probably Sunday night. So if you're up Sunday night, hit me. We can chop it up.
For sure, man. I'm gonna holler at y'all. Peace and love.
All right, brother.
Hey, same here,
Look like you got some chats in that, some messages. So I don't know who they came from.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out. Get you some rest, man. All right. So, dudes, what you think about what I'm talking about with the hate? I wish Curtis was here. He can explain it.
Nah, bro. Like, I mean, I get where you coming from with the, we have to acknowledge it in order to deal with it, right? I think it's something that continues to be swept underneath the rug. That you have a select group of people that talk about it, that try to, how can we handle this? How can we dismantle this? But at the end of the day, it's not enough. It's not enough people that acknowledge that there really is a problem, if you will. You know what I'm saying?
And for me and Curtis, it's so funny because it's so stupid, but it's still real. Like,
it's a real deal. It's a real thing.
Like somebody hating you for the dumbest thing, like the dumbest thing, like I hate your blue eyes.
Yeah.
Something really dumb. I hate the way you walk sideways. I don't know. I mean, I can't even think of it right now. That's why I wish that nigga was here. But it's just it's always something really, 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 really stupid. Like your skin tone, nigga. Like how you get tanned. You know what I'm saying? I hate your tan. Damn, bro. Damn. But we have to be truthful with ourselves because we all have some of these in us. Where it's just some random thing like that. Some random thing like somebody is snoring. You know what I'm saying? Like your mate snores really loudly at night. And you like them a lot. But that snoring really fucking bothers you. You can't sleep. It's keeping you awake at night. Like that might be a deal breaker in your relationship. Or you're gonna work something out. Y'all sleep in different rooms.
I don't know, bro. I have to say, I thank God because I used to snore extremely loud, and then we figured it out. I had sleep apnea or whatever, um, but like, yeah, like my wife dealt with that for years, bro. Like, like even now, and I ask her, like, when I fall asleep, I'm like, damn, I'm snoring. She, over the years, my snoring like has dissipated, even though I haven't used the machine and stuff like that. But I don't know, bro. I don't know. I guess it goes into how much you truly, when it comes down to a relationship type of situation. I know this besides the point, but I think that comes down to how much you love this person. If this somebody that you see you with, you know, spending the remainder of your life with, or a long term with, I mean, there's certain things you deal with, right?
Yeah, but
Y'all seek some type of help to, like, okay, this person snores a lot. What can we do?
yeah, but my point is that sometimes it be the lightest thing like that that'll be the
Yeah,
deal breaker.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
like
definitely.
like somebody, they clip their toenails in the bed, and then the toenail clippings be poking you in the middle of the night, and you even said something to them about it, and then they keep doing it, and like you roll over and a toenail just pokes you in your back or your butt and your ass crack or something, and you like, damn, bro, I keep telling you stop doing that shit. Like I can't deal with this shit.
Can't take this shit no more.
It'll be totally something like that. Something random like that, like leaving the bathroom dirty all the time or something like that, And a lot of times you don't know these things until you lived with them, because you don't really know somebody until you lived with them. That's how I feel. So I think it's scary to get married to someone that you haven't lived with yet, because it just might be some kind of little thing that you didn't know about them that turns out to be a real deal breaker.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I think you should live with someone, but for a while, a good 6 to 8 months before you decide to get married.
Yeah. Yeah.
That should be the little phase of y'all learning each other.
Yeah.
Because dating don't teach you about that person, really. They could have been holding up a facade that whole time.
Man, dating teaches you how to get in and out of shit. That's what it teaches you. Let's be real. Dating teaches you that, hey, you know what? When shit gets tough and there's something that I truly don't like, man, I'm not committed. Bye. That's what dating truly teaches.
I guess, but I'm just saying. I mean, sometimes, I mean, you can't just, like, we was just talking about marriages earlier in the show, about the 12 years old, 13, 14 years old getting married.
Well, I guess for me, because I grew up with my wife, it was a little bit different. I guess, if you will. I guess the biggest thing for her and I was her, coming into adulthood, her truly coming and becoming her own individual and things of that nature. To see that transformation was, for the both of us, was like, oh wow, damn. Like, you know what I'm saying? We had to learn to adjust and grow with each other. But yeah, I get your point, bro. Trust me, I do. I get exactly where you're coming from and what you're saying. But talking about dealing with the hate, right? The hate issue and the racism in America. So we as a people that try to combat that or change that, is it safe to say that we need to learn how to deal with the hate within our communities that we have for one another? Try to get rid of that so that we can be a lot stronger as a unit to band together to fight against this?
Well, look, this is what I say. You can't really get rid of it. You embrace it, and then therefore you minimize it. So you know, within the community, you talk about it. You get it out in the open, because that underneath racism, that covert racism is the shit that's dangerous.
Yeah.
The dude that tells you in front of you, I don't like niggas or whatever it is, you could deal with that. That guy that pretends to be your friend, but he hates you because of like the color of your skin or your religion or something, that's where problems come in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. See, that's like you were saying, like sit down having a beer. I could sit down and I could deal with. I could be in the same room with somebody that I knowingly know has a problem with me or is racist because of my color, right? But somebody that pretends, that put this mask on and make like they are, not that way, and then behind closed doors, or you just so happen to catch them and somebody else having a private conversation, and this motherfucker straight bashing black people. Like, it's kind of like, damn.
Yeah, it's like that movie Trading Places. And so what Trading Places showed that the classism is a thing more than the racism for some people, because it was like in that movie he was like, it matters about how you were born. That's what really matters. He said, if I put somebody in the same position as this other guy, he'll perform that way. And he was like, I don't believe it. And they bet $1. And then they actually switched a black guy with the white guy and switched all the shit. And it at the end of the movie, he was like, you was right. He had to pay him $1.
I got you.
But I don't think people got it. I don't think people caught the message of that movie, because people tend to blame the victim. They're like, black people, why they won't get their shit together? Hispanic people, why they don't get their... Haiti, why you won't get your shit... Venezuela, why you won't get your shit together? Doc, I gotta ask you, bro, that picture in your thing, that's you when you were younger? With the luxurious locks?
That's me in like 97, 2000, something like that.
Man, I've never had...
About 95, 96.
I never had locks so luxurious. I ain't gonna lie to you. So I envy you. You look like you should have been a band member.
See, that's why people don't know how to deal with me. They see me now with my shaved head and they think, oh, that's the kind of person he is. When really inside, that picture is what I see myself as.
And
that's
let
where
me
my mind and heart is.
And I love it, Doc. I love it, Doc. And I love how, because I love it that you're on the show, and I love it that, because you were talking about, you could give the perspective of the being oppressed even as a white guy, related to the racism, and catching it from both sides. So, my daughter is mixed. My daughter's mom is white, and so she's half and half. And she catches it from both sides. So that's why I know, and people be saying black people can't be racist. Yes, they can. And but I wanted to ask you, Doc, earlier I said something about the free, what was it? Being free, like what was I talking about? Socially liberal. Would you consider yourself socially liberal? Because in that picture right there, You look like a socially liberal. Free love, free shrooms, free marijuana, free sex, drugs, and rock and roll. We are the world. Kumbaya. let's all sit down together and smoke a bowl and talk about how fucked up everything is. And you look like one of those dudes who would have got in trouble for not going to Vietnam.
Damn.
They would have called you the dirty hippies. In that picture, you look like you could have been with them chicks on Marilyn Manson. I'm just joking. But that's what they call them, dirty hippies too. Dirty commies. Commie hippies, get a job. Stop smoking weed. Get a job. Go to war. Stop complaining. Fight for your country. Fight for your freedom.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm getting tired. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I feel you, bro. I'm actually here finna get ready to start a delivery, so I probably better. I hate jumping off, but I probably better go ahead and jump off real quick. Go ahead and get this knocked out.
Yeah, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be on, so I'll probably be maybe possibly be gone before you get back. So
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you will be. It takes a couple of hours, but hey,
All right.
man, love you guys, man. Love you, JT, Doc, Pat.
All right, Deuce.
Man, y'all have a good, enjoy your Sunday, man. I'll be out here grinding, but yeah, man, get up with me. Chaka, man, like I told you, this weekend, Saturday, man, get at me. Bell Station, Gray Street.
just text
downtown.
me. Text me on my phone, and then I'll let you know.
All right, bro. Love y'all, man. Have a good rest of your night. Peace
Love
and
you too, man.
All right, brother.
All right.
Doc says, like I said, that's why people don't know how to treat me. I'm the long-haired spiritual one, not the old white bald guy. The old white bald guy. So, but then that's not fair. And then that goes into prejudice. Because what is the old white bald guy? Like the old white bald guy, is he a boomer? Is the old white bald guy, is he a Trumper? You know? The old white bald guy is he supposed to be socially conservative? You know? It's so dumb. It's so dumb that we even have to have these conversations. It's so dumb that we even have to mention this shit. You know? What do you think about it? JT, what do you think about what we was talking about today? And like what about the vibrations? We barely touched on that. The Egyptians possibly building the pyramids with vibrations. Somebody possibly having a cure for cancer using vibrations.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, what you think about all that?
Yeah. Like I said, I think it's possible. You know, because before, they didn't have all the medications like they got now, like somebody was saying earlier. They had to use what they knew was best. And that just might have been what it was, the vibrations and the incense and things we need to get back to if you want to. Because I seen one video, they say dude could heal any disease with vibrations or something.
And I bet it's true.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
But how you gonna patent the vibration? How you gonna sell that in the pharmacy? You know what I'm saying?
You can't, but if you can find them right frequencies, you can charge for the treatment.
And I hope they just do that. Fuck it. I'll pay for that. You know, I wanted to mention this before about the oxygen. We used to have the oxygen bars, and I called these people about going into the oxygen thing. It's so fucking expensive. And you have to get a referral and all of this shit. But you know what they know? They know that oxygen is healing for us. A lot of us have this, we're toxic. It's like acidic, and we get more alkaline. And a lot of times it has to do with how much oxygen is in our blood. And that's the reason why I think they got rid of all them oxygen bars, because they realized people was using that shit and it was kind of like healing them and shit. But anyways, they have this hyperbolic chamber or whatever. They'll put you in and they'll I don't know how it works, but they press oxygen into your body, and then your body and blood absorbs it. And it's like healing. It's expensive as fuck. Anybody can do it, but you got to get a prescription. They use it for whatever, but you could do it on your own. You just got to pay them. You go through the process, because I talked to these people on the phone. You pay them for the referral, and then you pay for the fucking procedure. It's in the thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
And you can also buy they sell the fucking thing that you could kind of do it yourself. You can order it, but that's even way more expensive. That's so out of the price range of any of the regular person. A regular person could only possibly imagine setting up the appointment and getting it done. But that's going to be in the thousands of dollars of range.
That's where the insurance come in at. Insurance
not going to cover this, because it would have to be recommended by your physician, and your physician's not going to recommend you a hyperbolic chamber, bro. He going to recommend you some fucking pills. Let me read Doc's comment. It says, you wouldn't think that someone that looks like I do day to day will have some of the observations and insights that I do. They'd ask me how to fix a truck or who was winning NASCAR, football, golf. I'm glad you're here, Doc. I'm a weirdo just like you. And they look at me and think that's why I don't talk to people. I don't talk to people because they think they already have this idea. And I just let them, a lot of times, sometimes I just let them, sometimes I even play into their fucking prejudices and just kind of fuck with them. Doc says, you can order the sleeping chamber. I hear the Michael Jackson model is popular. Yeah, like I say, you can order that fucking thing, but it's expensive as fuck. So none of us listening to me right now can afford that.
Yeah, niggas say Michael Jackson.
Yeah. So, but you can pay to get the procedure. You can pay to get that. You could do that. You might have to save up for it, but you could do it. I thought about it. I went almost through it with it. So, anyways, that's just an interesting thing related to that. I mean, it's funny how we used to have these oxygen bars in Houston, and they had different flavors. It was kind of like the hookah bars that we have now. Daytime oxygen bars. You get kind of a buzz off of the oxygen. You get kind of a buzz off of it. And so, but they was like, oh, only a doctor can do this or whatever. I don't know. I didn't hear about nobody getting hurt by it. I never heard anything about anybody getting hurt by it. But then they said that only a doctor can do this, or it has to be, like an anesthesiologist or something. And that's why all those shops had to shut down. But I think it was because it was healing people. I think that's another thing that's happening with the vapes. Look how the cigarette companies are pushing out the vapes. People were quitting smoking by vaping. And some of the regular old oils, and you can't even find them no more. They're outlawing them. Now you have to buy these disposable ones like the ones I use, and no telling what fucking shit is in here. I don't even know. Back in the days, you could just go buy the oils. You could look at the ingredients. A lot of these were nothing in them. Really nothing at all. Not even no nicotine. Like everything has either nicotine or like caffeine in them. Like all of the vapes. But they had the oils that some of them were all natural and they didn't have shit in them. And people were quitting smoking. You know what I'm saying? You know, smoking a lot less. And so they're now, that shows that they don't care about our health. They just care about making more money. And then they tell you that the vapes are blowing up on people, or the chemicals in them are making you sick, or you're getting popcorn lung, or whatever. So you're trying to say that these vapes are worse than the cigarettes? I'm sure they can't say that, but they're still saying just smoke a cigarette. I'm about to wrap it. We lost Doc. I think everybody's done. Oh, Doc is back. I'm about to wrap it. What do y'all think about that? Any comments?
A good show, man.
Yeah, man. The healthy, man. The universal healthcare, Medicare for all. That's just been on the fucking legislation for a long ass time, but under different names. And it hasn't passed. And it's crazy because I want to say Iran has it, Russia has it, France, the UK, Canada, Australia, Israel, Saudi Arabia? I think so. Finland, Sweden. I don't know. That was that was a bunch of names. Maybe one or two of them may have been wrong, but all these countries have like a form of Medicare for all. I want to say Mexico, Canada. Did I mention Canada? But why not the United States?
What?
Why not the United States, man?
You know, United States want that money.
Yeah. So, but that shows who's running the country, right? Because when we was talking about CIA and all of that, that video was partially blocked. Let me know if y'all can watch the video from last night. They sent me an email or whatever and said the video was partially blocked. So it said blocked in certain regions. And I knew the title from last night was dangerous. I knew I was treading on thin water with yesterday's show. With the whole topic and everything. The spies, Jews, the Holocaust, fucking CIA. Let me know if y'all can see that video. And when they say restricted, so they're restricted in certain regions. So that might mean the United States, UK, or whatever they decide. I don't know. So, but damn it, what was I gonna say? I lost it. Oh, Medicare for all, and other countries having it. And why the hell the United States can't fucking? Why the fuck? What the fuck, man? You know it ain't a money problem. We have the money. They keep saying we're the richest country in the world, but then the argument for Medicare for all is how are we gonna pay for it? That's bullshit. You know that's gaslighting. They give so much money to Israel every year. They give all this money to Ukraine. They give all this money to Afghanistan refugees that came over here, and it's giving it money every month. They give all this money to the military industrial complex. They give money to Walmart and fucking Jeff Bezos and them, and they don't even need it.
Yeah, they gave a lot of money to Haiti.
Tell me we can't afford Medicare for all. Tell me it's about where the money came from. When you say that, I don't hear nothing you're saying, because all I hear is bullshit. Doc says climate change, equity, and boys and girls sports is more of a political priority right now. I mean, come on, exactly. I mean, and then what can we really do about climate change? We need to be thinking more about moving people off the coast.
Out the country.
No, just off the coast. The thing is, humans, if you look at the map, we always live around the coast and we live along rivers. So the majority of the population is along the coast. So that's a real problem, especially along Florida, Texas coast, Louisiana coast. All coasts are all around the world. California coast, it's a lot of people right there. A lot of infrastructure built there, a lot of homes. Regardless of what the fuck y'all want to say, climate change is real, whether it's human made or not. I mean, that's beside the point. The sea level is going to rise, and we're going to lose coastline, and a lot of that area is heavily habitated by humans. The earth is going to be fine. Climate change is just something that humans going to have to figure out how we make it through it. Because, see, I took a geology class or whatever, and that's what she was saying. Like, she was like, the earth's going to be fine. Most of the animals are going to be fine. Are humans going to make it through this? Question mark. But still, Greta Thunberg riding a boat across the nation and doing speeches ain't having no impact on shit. You using your reusable grocery bag that you take to the grocery store and make you feel like you're better than everybody else ain't doing shit. Don't kid yourself. Don't kid yourself. Don't lie to yourself. They're trying to put it on you as an individual that it's your fault. It's all bullshit anyways. It's just bullshit. So like Doc said, he says climate change and a bank stopped lending money for beachfront property. Wait, hold on. The last comment I read was climate. Hold on. Let me catch up. We pulled out of NATO and saved a few billion. Then new guys, U.S. back in and spends $1 trillion. I'll start worrying about climate change when banks stop lending money for beachfront property. I'm telling you, how many use masks and are now polluting our rivers and beaches? I saw pictures of that, and that brings tears to my eyes. We're so selfish. Like I say, it's like, and then they just make us feel like, okay, well, as long as I'm better than the other guy, as long as I'm not as producing as much trash as him, I go to Whole Foods, I use my reusable bag, you know what I'm saying? I do eco-friendly everything. I have my water bottle that I refill all the time. So at least I'm doing my part. Fucking pandemic happens. Disposable masks. You got to protect yourself from corona. You're going to die. Put 3 masks on and then throw them in the gutter when you get done. We're crazy.
Yeah, man.
You got any final thoughts, JT?
No. Shit, I'm just waiting on baby to get in, man.
You got anything you want to tell to the people? Did you learn anything this week? Did you catch any of the other shows? What'd you learn today?
Oh man, what that was? Yeah, that boy Deuce brought some interesting points.
What interesting points did Deuce bring up to you?
What you were talking about? You were talking about that
That's all right. I'm tired.
Yeah, man, I'm tired like a mug, man.
I'm tired too, man. It's 5:30. I guess we're gonna wrap it. It's 4. We at 4 hours and 40 minutes. Play the game and try to wind down. I hope y'all learned something this week, bro. If you didn't catch the shows earlier this week, go back and check them on whatever fucking whatever platform you want to look, because I'm everywhere, bro. Anchor, Spotify, Apple, Rumble, Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, YouTube. Go check out some of the old shows and give me some likes on some of the old shows or whatever the hell. Make comments underneath them hoes. I'm fighting against the algorithm. They basically killed my YouTube. I got 2 YouTube channels and they're both dead. I'm only getting views on Facebook. They're trying to fucking delete my fucking YouTube page that has over 70K views and 250 subscribers and over 200 videos. Just because I'm trying to spread truth and love to y'all, man. Trying to help y'all see the narrative, you know. And I don't care. I'm not on one side. I'm not coming to make you be a Republican or a Democrat or make you be conservative or liberal. I'm not here trying to feed your algorithm, feed your bubble. I'm here trying to bust your bubble and get you some perspectives that you don't hear, you know, and just give you a thought exercise on whatever. You know, like we was talking about the homeless, going and giving a homeless person a hug. Is that a radical idea? Even if they smell really bad. You ain't gonna die. Well, you might if they crazy. So don't do it to a crazy homeless people. Some of them are battling mental health issues. So don't be stupid. But y'all get what I'm saying. Y'all get the overall point. But look, that's the thing. We don't care about mental health. We just dump them on the streets. Let them be homeless. They don't have no family. They don't have nobody looking out for them. They're having mental health crises. This is the time where they need the most fucking help. And then what we do? Ignore them. We act like they're not even there. We act like they're not even human. It might as well be a cat, a stray dog, a possum. I hate possums. I can say that. Hate. I hate them damn things, bro. Little beady eyes. They climb trees and shit. They hiss.
Yeah.
Got a long ass tail. They got claws.
Big ass claws.
They fucking be moving around at nighttime and shit. Motherfuckers, they can make a smell that make you think they dead and shit. Like they're just weird. What the fuck? One time, I don't know. I think I've had some personal issues with raccoons. So maybe that's where the hate comes from. Maybe we're touching on something. You know, maybe sometimes the hate comes from some kind of personal experience that you had. But anyways, one experience I had is like walking to my apartment. It wasn't an apartment. It was a townhouse, and we had trees that grew in front of it. I walk in, park my car, walking into my door, into my townhouse. It's a tree right in front of it. Damn, tree starts shaking and shit. I'm like, what the fuck? The damn possum had saw me already, and he started running up the tree and climbing the damn tree. This motherfucker was like right in front of my fucking face, but I didn't even see him. I just saw the tree shaking. And then the nigga started hissing, and I saw his beady little fucking eyes looking right at me, bro. I was like, what the fuck? You motherfucker, why you climb that tree like that? Why you move like that? Shit. Oh man. Doc says, if it was that bad, then why didn't stores have biodisposable bins for people to throw out contaminated masks, gloves? Like, they really didn't give a fuck. That's why. And you saw fucking masks all in the damn gutter. The hoes is clogging up the toilets and the damn everything right now. He says main show was lagging. Still on Twitch. Yeah, what? It was kicking you off? They hating on my shit, bro. I'm gonna be more careful with titles. Please give me recommendations, for topics that I want to talk about, and show titles too, because I be playing with show titles, and I wanna, like I said, I wanna fuck the algorithm. So like today, I said any day above ground. I try to keep it. I'm trying to keep it. I play with it different ways, but sometimes I just want to see. I look at the analytics a lot, so we're gonna see. Because yesterday's show, I named it something all kind of like, I don't know, tingly, dangerous. And today's title was really mundane and benign. So I want to see what the analytics are gonna tell me. He says, I'm in a hotel with crappy wireless too. Also, why I type more than talk. That's cool, bro. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you for being here and listening. JT, Doc, all the listeners out there, Pat, Deuce. I'm about to wrap it, play a game a little while, wind down, and then go to sleep. I got to work tomorrow. I hope I don't have to work in the morning. I need to check my schedule. So,
all right, then, Kinfolk.
Yeah, man. Did you learn anything, bruh?
Oh yeah. I learned a lot, man.
Did we expand your mind? Did you do a little mental exercise tonight?
Oh yeah.
Well, look, JT, I be on every time, bro. If I end up not sending you a message, I try to follow my schedule. Wednesday, Thursday at about 11. I'll be trying to come on before that. Friday and Saturday at 1 a.m. and I try to come on before that.
All right.
Every time. It's like my job, bro.
Yeah.
I'm trying to build this into something. I really think this kind of like my calling, bro. Like I really feel like I found something that helps me with therapeutically, and I found something that I feel like I can help bring people together. I've already brought Pat and Deuce together, and they wouldn't have known each other otherwise. They're both truckers, travel around the world, around the U.S. rather. So I feel like good things are happening here. We've already started building a community. We got Doc and Deuce and Elliot that's always here. JT, Pat. You know what I'm saying? We're already building a community. So I think it'll just continue to grow, and I just see a good future out of this. I really do. We're gonna blow up.
Oh yeah.
All right, y'all.
All right, man. You have a blessed one, man.
Y'all have a good night. Thank y'all for joining. Peace and love. Till next week. I'll be back on Wednesday.